themselves to learning and growing with the game of rugby, but also to fitness as well. Coach Coy had them doing CrossFit workouts, and with power like that, we can see how it pays off. A difficult situation with that goal line defense for the Foxes, but this is a team that has done it before, not only winning the national championship last year, but they won the Survivors Shield in the CRC in 2022. So battling back after day one to come away with hardware on day two, and finding their rugby legs after the bye in yesterday's opening action. UC Santa Cruz had been the second place team coming out of conference play, but had to decline the spot due to injuries and other considerations. Tried to see if Cal Poly, as a third place team, was able to come up. A talented program, especially when it comes to the game of sevens. They were the conference champions in sevens, so earned their CRAA berth. But travel on short notice, often difficult for these club programs. These are teams that are recruiting from on campus, operating through their campus clubs and recreation departments. So not quite the same resources as some of the varsity programs that you might see with their flashy names. Darden fields a kick receipt. Darden looking for space. See the switch from the outside. Powerful stiff arm by Nevaeh Hall. And a 6-year veteran with Harlequins. Chip and the chase downfield. We've got a bit of a foot race. Foxes able to recover. They are there with support, and they are there to counter. A little bit of free space here for fullback Asia Anderson. Asia Anderson has one to beat in the form of Nicole Ayad. And the fullback for the Hornets does the job. The Foxes still in play, flowing their way downfield. Tight in support. Kate MacArthur trying to dig the ball out. The counter ruck by the Hornets, providing a bit of opposition. Caroline Bullock. Ball in hand. The Foxes have numbers out to the right. The backs are aligned. Sacramento State looking to shift and cover. A bit of an overload when it comes to the numbers game. Vita Hassan with the pass back inside. Fox is going to a forward pod off the back of the ruck. Ball lost to the ground, but play on. So securing with their forwards, going forward again, looking to reload, backs aligned to the left-hand side. Bullock fighting her way towards the 22. The Foxes, again, with some of this inside ball, a little bit of the tip in to Robin Collins. So utilizing different strike runners, different angles of attack. They have penalty advantage being shown for offsides. Finding Vita Hyson on the outside. This time the speedster brought down, so the Hornets adjusting to make sure they can shut her down when she's got ball in hand. Sophia Markovic. Claremont again through the forwards. We've got numbers to the near side of the field. Taken down. Turner saves what could have been a 4-on-2. Penalty advantage to the Foxes. 5-5 is the score. We are 14 minutes into the first half of play. MacArthur corrals and sets the forward pod. We see the carry by Sydney Riley. She's been an all-state softball player coming out of Minnesota. And it's Foxes, again, quick with the support, securing their own offensive rucks. Ball in hand, going to the forwards again. So pick and go inside of the 22, trying to establish an attacking platform with some space. We see their back split, 3 to the left, 3 to the right. Sacramento State looking to match numbers. They've got most of their defense out to the far side of the field, and that's where the Foxes go. Vita Hassan, this time she gets the pass off to Asia Anderson. Anderson that had that break to midfield that set up the sequence of play. So she starts the sequence and she finishes 10-5 the score, 15 minutes into the first half. The Foxes again using their forwards to secure the ball, controlling the ruck, controlling the pace of the game as well. It'll be Hassan again on the kick, lining up just inside of the 22. Wide to the far side of the field, but again, a soccer convert. So we'll look to see her approach a little bit more of a football style, placing the ball on the tee, tilting the ball back. We've seen several players switch to moving the ball a bit forward, looking for that sweet spot, generally up a third of the way on the ball and on the seam. It is well struck, but the kick misses. Score remains 10-5. With conditions today and the two-day tournament, we will be utilizing the water break, 2 minutes around the 20-minute mark. For all those of you watching and following at home, should the score be tied at the end of regulation play, it will advance into 2 5-minute overtime periods going each direction. If the score remains tied, we'll go into 2 5-minute sudden death periods and then follow the World Rugby Protocol from kicks at the 15 at midfield and from the 22 and the 40-meter hash. Right now, the kick is off of the boot of Turner, and it is a beauty, pinning the Foxes inside of their 22, but Asia Anderson, she has been such a threat so far. Ball in hand and space to run, this time tackled down by the Hornets. She does get outside of the 22, so makes up about 20 meters worth of space. Foxes find Caroline Bullock. Keeps her feet for enough time to find support and heads up play. The space is right in front of her. Love the field awareness of Susan Park. Park gets the offload, connects with Sofia Markovic, and the Foxes on attack once again. Claremont with a stiff arm, Bullock on the carry. So they've gone from deep inside their own 22 into the opposition's. They've got numbers here on the near side. Anderson taken down by Turner. A penalty as the ruck was formed. The Foxes' support coming in from the side. So the Hornets scrambling on defense and able to slow down the flow of the Foxes. Sacramento State kicks to touch off the boot of Turner. Well struck. Doesn't go quite as deep as she may have hoped. But the Hornets now with a line out about 30 meters from their own goal line. Vigil Figueroa, again wearing the number 2 jersey but playing loose head prop today. We'll also keep an eye on Linnea Lagarde. Excellent carries yesterday. She is moving from prop to lock but wearing the number 1 jersey. We see a full line out. It's going to be knocked forward. And a scrum to the Foxes. Across the front row for Claremont in the number 1 jersey, Abby Baxter. 2, Danny Corona. Number 3, Sydney Riley. Susan Park and Isabel Thompson pairing in the second row. And then Markovic, Bullock, and Ariel Hymanson across the back. MacArthur ball in hand. This time we see the threat, Vita Hassan here on the near side. Have to wonder if there's some trickery at play. It seems Hassan has just switched sides of the field. Foxes with the unforced error are tackled deep into their own territory. Fantastic defensive coverage by Turner, and she's quick to her feet again, just bearing down. Foxes maintaining possession. Looking for that space in front of the ruck, but this time the Hornets know where to look for Susan Park, not allowing that line break again. Foxes moving the ball. Turner on the shoot. Madeline Masser-Fry able to evade the tackle, and the Foxes now taking meters. Corona on the carry. And quick play again. Caroline Bullock in that number 7 jersey. Penalty advantage being shown to the Foxes, offsides from the Sacramento State defense. They had built a solid wall, but just a bit too quick on the front foot. We've been able to see a fairly established pattern of play now with the Foxes, taking it into the ruck, a couple of picks and goes, using their forwards, trying to open space. coaches did mention that they have two main patterns or two main styles of how they attack on offense. So we've seen this with intentional forward play. A bit of a challenge at the ruck this time. The Hornets looking to counter with the high body position of the Foxes. Foxes able to maintain possession, realigning their backs out to the right, going to the forwards again. Park with the carry. Will be interesting to see how this progresses. Nearly every Fox forward at the ruck. But a team, again, priding themselves on fitness and their speed, should be able to quickly realign and support if the ball is distributed out. We are going to go into our 20-minute water break. The score 10-5. Claremont Rugby leading the Sacramento State Hornets.
Spicy mango. Oh.
So return to play after the water break. A penalty to Claremont. Anderson with the kick to touch and going to set up a Claremont line out about 25 meters from the goal line. Would anticipate going full as it has serviced them well so far. An excellent target in number 7, Caroline Bullock. A rugby player out of Montana, where there's a robust youth rugby program, particularly in the Missoula area. We see Danny Corona. A bit of an overthrow, but Fox is able to recover, securing the ruck, as we've seen so many times before. This time a forward pod. Bullock lines up. And again with the forward support, this time the Fox is able to spread the ball wide. We see Turner covering that defensive space quite quickly. The tackle by Darden. The Foxes Claremont. Ball in hand. The Hornets had zeroed out the ruck, this time conceding the counter. The Foxes again, stable platform at the ruck. We see the pass back inside from fly half. Leela Hannum going into Bullock and realigning now with space to the outside. Again, positioning their offensive sets wide on the field and then using these inside strike runners. That was Robin Collins. MacArthur finds Hannum, finds Hassan, and again with another break, the speedster making her way, cutting downfield inside of the 22, and Hassan makes the most of it. Love the angle change, love the pace, and love to see another Claremont Rugby try, extending their lead 15-5. About 18 minutes remaining in the first half. So again, the patience and the persistence paying off with the support that they have at these rucks, utilizing their forwards, opening space for their backs. And this time Hassan secures herself a prime conversion attempt. Dots down the try, just under the posts. So the conversion attempt from the middle of the field. about 18 meters on the distance. This time we see that forward tilt spoke of before. Nudges it over, and Claremont extends their lead, 17-5. Your Foxes in fine form. If I am team captain's coaching staff, I'm pretty happy with how the pattern has worked thus far. We'll look to see again how the Hornets adjust their defensive strategies, being extra mindful of that front foot and ensuring that they are avoiding these offsides penalties. Their launches on defense have taken away space from the Foxes, but the Foxes' ball retention would be the story thus far. Turner. So forwards set to the right, goes straight up the middle. Foxes field it cleanly. You see the pass to Markovic. Claremont this time backs out to the far side of the field. A forward pot inside. Inside they go. Bullock with the carry. Hand him to the outside. Ruck is set, going to their forwards yet again. Park with the carry. And this time it is penalty to the Hornets. Need to keep our feet and establish a stable platform in the ruck. Turner to touch. And the Hornets with a line out, about 30 meters from the goal line. With having seen so many strike runners and angle changes from these Foxes, the Hornets posts on their defensive rucks are doing well to stay home and secure the space from these strike runners. We saw the one breakthrough by Park earlier in the match. So an excellent small adjustment in terms of their spacing. Creates a turnover scenario, but the line out disrupted. The Foxes recover. Foxes in possession, some bouncing balls, some disrupted play. This is a chance for the Hornets to realign. Advantage being shown to Claremont. Claremont retaining possession. We see offsides being indicated again. So the Hornets stopping them at the gain line. No advantage gained. So a penalty to Claremont. 15 minutes left to go in this opening half. MacArthur with the ball in hand. Setting up a play. We see two pods with the forwards. Backs out wide to the near side of the field. Bullock with the ball in hand. The hard charging number 7. Eventually brought down by the Hornets defense. We see the support again out of the forwards from the Foxes. The carry here, Sidney Riley. And now we get to see some action with the backs. The long passes making their marks. Hassan runs the strike line, changes their angle to the middle of the field. The Hornets able to strip the ball. And now Sacramento State with an opportunity in transition. The ball knocked forward, so an exciting sequence of defensive play. Would love to see more of that spark out of this Hornets team. They certainly have the capabilities. We saw Imani Darden intercepting passes yesterday. The strong launches from Turner at the number 12 position. And the solid green wall of defense. The Foxes leading 17-5. With a few of the breaks they've been able to create. MacArthur with the ball in hand. McGaffey her opposite. For Sacramento State, the ball is in and quickly out of the scrum. The Foxes playing out from inside of their 22. We see movement from the backs, getting it out wide, looping play, so the support is there. And now the speed is on again. Asia Anderson. It's going to be a foot race with Nicole Ayad. Anderson still in stride inside the 22. Ayad closing but can't quite get there. So Asia Anderson going the distance yet again. The speedster. Excellent ball handling from the Foxes back line, getting the ball to the outside. The support is there. Anderson doesn't need it. She breaks about 80 meters downfield, and the Foxes add to their lead 22-5. 13 minutes left to play in the first half of this women's D2 CRAA West Final. The winner of today's match will take on the champions out of the East. They are playing their games Saturday, Sunday, as opposed to this Friday, Saturday setup at Stanford. We see Howard, Eckerd, Appalachian State, and UNC Charlotte in action in the East. Coming up later today at 1 o'clock, we have the Women's Division I Consolation Final for the West region between Grand Canyon University and Cal Golden Bears. And then at 3 o'clock, the West D1 Final between Brigham Young University and your host, Stanford University. We see Hassan lining up her kick for Claremont. Wide to the left. It had the height, had the distance. Score remains 22-5. 12 and a half minutes in the first half. So the Foxes' possession, making the most out of penalty opportunities. Smart, secure play with the forwards, really playing this established pattern, has proved fairly impenetrable in terms of turnover opportunities for the Hornets thus far. We saw a flash of it through Darden, but then turnovers deep inside the 22. The execution rate of this Foxes side quite high and quite confident in their ability to run it back. Turner lining up for the restart. This time forwards to the left side of the field. To the left she goes. Foxes field it cleanly, taking it into contact. They set their forward pods. Bullock with the strike line, able to gain a couple of meters of go forward past the gain line. And this time we see the execution of Hannum to the inside strike runner. Claremont backs to this near side of the field. Hannum this time goes wide with a skip pass to Anderson. Anderson looks to go and cut back to the middle of the field. She is taken down. Andruosa on the tackle. Baxter keeping her feet and driving forward. The Foxes marching their way towards midfield. MacArthur to Hannum, goes back inside to Sydney Riley. Penalty awarded to Sacramento State. Patient on defense and eventually drawing the penalty. The Foxes a little too strong in securing their rucks. The Turner kick prevented from finding the touchline, so the Foxes with an opportunity to counter. Deep in their own territory, but that is no problem for this Claremont rugby squad. Hannum out wide. The Hornets shifting over in defense, and another foot race. Vida Hassan, Annie Garcia Perez on this near sideline. A heads up chip back to the middle of the field, just off the outside of her boot, keeping the ball in play. Vida Hassan again. Ball in hand. The tackle is made. Nicole Ayad with a try-saving tackle creates the knock on. This is going to be a scrum to Sacramento State, showing that they can keep pace with these Claremont Foxes back. Heads up play from Hassan off of the boot. Love that, taking the ball off of the outside, nudging it with her right foot, keeping the ball in play rather than going off the instep and risking kicking the ball to touch. But just barely bobbles and picking up the kick. Nicole Ayad and Annie Grace Perez not giving up on that chase. So Sacramento State with a scrum 5 meters out from their own goal line. In a lot of these scenarios, you might look at a clearing kick, but there's such a threat, and fullback Asia Anderson from this Claremont Foxes side. We'll get a good look at the exit strategy if the Hornets secure their own scrum. McGaffey with the put-in. Turner. Ball in hand. And it takes a Foxes bounce. sitting up high in the air. Vida Hassan marching her way towards the middle of the field, about 25 meters out. We see the chase from Osa. And this time another dropped ball. Hassan carrying it with one hand, and it was a risky scenario, and now it's paid off in a turnover for the Hornets. So again, realigning in defense, a little bit of a spark. Kiale. And now numbers for the Hornets. We see Andrew Osa kick across the field. Hassan is there to recover. She's got Anderson behind. And now the support is on. The Claremont Foxes had number 6 near sideline. Madeline Massive-Fry goes into Robin Collins, the veteran out of Hong Kong. Collins, can she do it? Yes, she can. Claremont adding to the lead, 27-5 with 7.5 minutes left to play. So a risky kick towards the outside, giving the Claremont Foxes some space. They're back so quick in support. We haven't really seen an isolated runner having to field and retain a kick as of yet. The options are there, the numbers on the near sideline, and again, running back towards the middle of the field or cutting back towards the middle of the field. And it's another Foxes try. The pattern is working. The spacing is working. The counters are on. This is a team that is a threat from anywhere on the field. A few turnovers, and when it comes to overcommitting to some of these rucks, Sacramento State drawing a couple of penalties, but not able to capitalize as of yet. When it comes to additional tries after the first that equalized a game, 5-5, but now 27-5. 6.5 minutes to go. Hassan with the forward tilt. The conversion is good, and Vida Hassan showing off the footy skills. 29-5. Turner with the ball in hand. Forwards out to the left. Claremont with 3 waves of kick receipt. A deep kick towards the middle of the field. Bullock with the bobble, able to recover. Bullock makes her way to the 22, and she makes her way through the Sacramento State defense. Bullock with the leg drive, eventually taken down by the jersey. Andrew Osa able to corral the tackle from behind. Numbers again on this near sideline. This is a dangerous situation. We saw Anderson with her speed. Here's Vida Hassan again. Vida Hassan with a little bit of a step and a hop. But offload straight into the hands of Sacramento State fullback Nicole Ayad. Again, would love to see Hassan with a little bit more awareness on the field when it comes to how she's carrying that ball. That's been 2 turnovers after the breaks, but little things to learn. Again, this D3 soccer convert, new in her rookie season of rugby. McGaffey finds Osa out to Turner. Turner taking it to the far side of the field. We see the chip kick up and over, straight into the hands, fielded well by Emma Mose. Mose makes her way to the middle of the field and toward her support. The ball is out. The Hornets are launching. Kiale Miata on the tackle. Driving Claremont back, but possession is key, and we've seen several phases of play leading to earlier Fox's try. So again with the forwards, the pick and go. Park with the carry. Another to follow, Bullock. Out to Hannum. Finds Anderson. Anderson taken down by Linnea Legrand. Park again. The ball is out. The Hornets again are up. The pressure creates the forward pass. So a little bit of slow play carrying off the base of the route gives the Hornets defense a time to come up, take away the space. A little bit of miscommunication or a misconnection by the Foxes gives a scrum to the Hornets. We've got 3 minutes and 30 seconds in this first half. Score remains 29-5. We see Amoni Darden in the number 13 jersey lined up here in the near side wing position. Andrew Osa with Turner to the outside. So a couple of shifts when it comes to the Hornets' back alignment. McGaffey with the ball in. McGaffey with the ball out. Andrew Osa. Osa's got Turner outside. We see fullback Nicole Ayad as an option to insert into the line. Turner takes a contact, gets the offload to Ayad. Ayad looking towards the outside. Connection is made high. Advantage being shown to the Hornets. A penalty on the high contact. So back 10 for the Foxes, and the Hornets with an opportunity. 2 minutes and 48 seconds to go in the first half. Andruosa takes a tap on the ground. Finds Kiale Miata. Nevea Hall. Nevea with a leg drive. Nevea taking on nearly entire Fox's forward pack. Nevea still at it. She's got the support, gets to ground. The ruck is formed. And now numbers out to the right. The carry by Fatima Vigil Figueroa. Andruosa calling for the ball. See her clapping on the field. The pass is there. Turner is there. She's got two numbers to the right. Taking down that floating pass spot. Just enough space for the Foxes to shift their defense and make the cover. The ball goes forward in contact, but penalty advantage to to the Hornets. Claremont offside. This gives Sacramento State the ball inside of the 22. McGaffey ball in hand. So a few sequences of solid go forward by the Hornets. Kiele, such a strong carrier in yesterday's semifinal win. Taken down by her opposite Bullock. Andruosa takes it right, looks to switch fields. Nevea Hall. And this time the driving tackle from Bullock stops any forward progress. A good adjustment when it comes to the tackle height. Vigil Figueroa. The buddy tackle by the Foxes. Space out to the left. We've got the potential for a 5-on-2. Ayad inserts from the fullback position. Ayad is still going. Ayad with the power. Another rookie player for this Hornet squad. Numbers now to the right. They go out to the left. The carry by Autumn Bailey in the number 22 jersey. Lining up again at flanker as she did yesterday. Linnea Lagarde. And Foxes with the turnover. Under 1 minute to play after such strong play out of the Hornets. And the Foxes doing when the pressure is on. The ruck is formed. The ball slow to play. The ball is out and the Hornets get it back. They've got 30 seconds left in the opening half. Would love to see a Hornets try to get them back into the game. If you're the Foxes, you're thinking all defense, no offsides, and no errors. Kiele Miata with the carry. Still on her feet. The maul is formed. Taken down into a ruck. Andruosa looking for options. Finds Turner. Turner. Advantage being shown to the Hornets. Sacramento State. We see the call to the outside. Nevea Hall. Nevea Hall dives over the line, and Sacramento State gets their second try of this opening half, capitalizing on just the smallest of Fox's mistakes. Offsides for both teams, providing opportunities off of the penalty. Stringing it to the outside, eventually getting back in. And the lead is narrowed to 29-10, pending the conversion attempt. In talking with Claremont coach Roger Light and director of rugby Evan Wolin, it was emphasized this is a team that doesn't want to get into these defensive stands. They know that their skill lies on offense. Their skill lies in their pattern with the ball in hand. So Sacramento State is able to make some adjustments and capitalize on the similar style of play with possession of their own. We could be in for quite the second half. Amoni Darden lines up the conversion attempt. It's a low line drive, but it clears the bar. 29-12. Claremont Foxes, the defending D2 national champions, currently leading Sacramento State. We will be back with the second half in just a moment.
Caroline Bullock has played for a year and a half. She's a crossover from volleyball. And she's like their most. No, I think just volleyball basically. The only varsity athlete was that 14. Yeah, hasn't. Yeah. Yeah. So she walked on the side. They're 13. Yeah. Yeah, this is like their most experienced player. It's supposed to be something right now. Yeah. Yeah. They said that she was like a comprehensive, just like an all-around player, and like when they were like, "Who's your rugby hero?" Like she was the one that was named.
Welcome back. We are here for the second half of action in this Women's Division II CRAA West Final. Claremont Rugby Foxes going from left to right across your screen in the navy blue, kicking off to Sacramento State Hornets in the green. The Foxes currently leading by a mark of 29-12 with 5 first half tries, making the most of wide open spaces and their speed. We've seen threats out of Asia Anderson in the number 15 jersey, Vida Hassan with a brace of tries. A crossover convert from playing soccer for the Claremont Colleges. An excellent play out of number 7, Caroline Bullock. Caroline had been a 3-sport athlete coming out of Montana and was able in the fall to take the opportunity to study abroad and get some rugby action in Edinburgh. It's actually a requirement with the Claremont Colleges that all of their athletes, well, all of their students take a semester abroad. So a lot of them will be gone for the fall and return in the spring. Opportunities to build depth and experience in the sport or just as a global citizen. Looking across, cannot see any notable player substitutions. And if you're Claremont, you're thinking if it's not broke, don't fix it. They have executed their pattern so well, giving up 2 tries when it came to some of the penalty interactions. We see offsides an issue for both teams. Right now, the scrum, a bit of an issue as the ball unsecured. MacArthur has done so well in the game thus far. The ball knocked on. A scrum to Sacramento State. It doesn't appear that we have any changes in the lineup for the Hornets. Claremont flat across the back. 14, 12, 13, shading back fullback AJ Anderson, and then the far side wing, Emma Mose. The scrum just outside of the 22. The scrum wheels. So we'll have it reset. It's a little bit of slower pace to start the second half. McGaffey with the put in. This time the ball quickly out. Andreosa looking to go to an inserting runner at the back. The pass misses the mark, but the Hornets able to scramble and recover. Turner taken down towards the far touch line. The Hornets realigning. Fatima Vigil Figueroa with the carry. The Foxes realigning, launching on defense, and it looks like we've got a turnover. The team in transition. The Foxes inside of the Hornets 22. And reloading again. Hannum out to Hassan. Finds Robin Collins in the number 12 jersey. Asia Anderson there to support. The ball out of the ruck. Bullock. Taken down by Andreosa. Hannum this time goes back inside. Carried by Isabel Thompson. MacArthur finds Hannum. And we see the shot on defense, but this opens up just enough space. The Foxes keep the ball in hand. The pass is forward, though. So there the defense does its job. A well-timed tackle by Taryn Turner. Good hands from the Foxes, but just barely forward. Scrum to the Hornets. We've seen such strength out of these back 3 players from the Foxes all game long. Speed threats on both sides of the field and the depth with Anderson. It's been a lot of distribution from the centers, Collins and Masser-Fry thus far. McGaffey. The Hornets win the scrum. Here's Turner. Quickly covered by Caroline Bullock. Bullock doing the job at defense from the flanker position on the scrum. Exactly hitting her mark, and now has won a scrum to the Foxes. Claremont splitting the backs. We see fly half Hannum lined up here to the right side of the field. Anderson and Hassan. Out to the left, both centers, Collins and Masser Fry. And fellow wing, Emma Moss. The ball is out. We see the pick from the number 8, Ariel Hymanson. Quick to contact. And out to the backs on the right side, Vida Hassan. 2 hands on the ball this time. Tackled into touch. So a line out to the Hornets. The Hornets defense had covered those 3 players to this near side. The speed was killer in the first half, but this time able to stop it before they're able to make that line break. So be a line out to Sacramento State. And the first 5 minutes have wound off the clock here in the second half. Sacramento State wins the line out, goes off the top. Anjuosa. Claremont Fox is up in defense. The Hornets on the run, looking for that far touch line. Fox is able to disrupt. The ball knocked on. We'll see another Claremont scrum. So we see the scrum set on the far side of the field. Fly half Hannum has options, a couple of triangles of support behind her. We see a flat lineup from both centers, from Collins and Masser Fry, a little bit more depth with Hassan. And now they're realigning. We see Collins in action, looping towards the outside. So the number 12 gets it off to Asia Anderson. Vida Hassan is there. And Sacramento State draws a penalty. Kiele Miata exits outside of the 22, breaking through the Fox's defensive set. Osa steps in at the ruck half position. Finds Shailene Reed in the number 5 jersey. A penalty again to the Hornets. This time a little bit slower on the play. Options to set up a play in the middle of the field. We see the tap going out to Vigil Figueroa. Fatima keeping her feet, supported by her fellow front rows. Hornets with numbers to this near side line. Nevaeh Hall. Again, securing the ruck. Shailene Reed again with the carry, advantage being shown to the Hornets. Osa recovers the errant ball, but penalty advantage being shown. So the Foxes are going to need to fix this around their defensive rucks. 3 straight penalties, giving the Hornets the ball. McGaffey at the middle of the field, 5 meters shy of the midway mark. Again, setting up. Penalty play. We see pods of forwards out to the right, backs lined out up to the left. The carry here by Jocelyn Sanchez. Vigil Figueroa there in support. McGaffey again out to the right. This time finds Kiele Miata. McGaffey again to Nevaeh Hall. This time the Fox is able to stop her before she gets started. We've seen her with such a powerful stiff arm. So a good quick tackle by Claremont and a good quick read. Shailene Reed has inserted herself into the game this second half. 3 strong carries, and the second row gets inside of the Foxes' 22. We see the Hornets on the go. Bear Turner wraps up a few Foxes, gets taken to ground. The Hornets find Hall. And the Claremont defense targeting her as a ball carrier. Again, prevents her from meeting the gain line, but the Hornets maintain possessions. Kiele Miata towards the outside. We see Claremont all turned and shifted towards that far sideline. There's space and numbers for the Hornets out to the left. They can move the ball there. Look at this, though. CRAA is able to split the defense, and the try is awarded. 4 penalties by the Claremont Foxes give the Hornets the opportunity to march their way downfield, the strength of their forwards, but excellent carries by number 5, Shalene Reed, gets them the space inside of the 22. And play finished by Kiele Miata, 29-17, with a conversion attempt to come. We are 10 minutes into the second half of play. So after the onslaught of tries by the Claremont Foxes in the first half, it's now been back-to-back tries, ending the half and starting again by the Hornets to get themselves back into action. Amoni Darden setting up the tee at the 22-meter mark, about 10 meters from the sideline. About 25 meters with the angle. It is a low drive on the kick. The conversion misses. Score remains 29-17. 28 minutes left to go in the game. It's going to be a key 5 minutes. How is Claremont going to respond from being penalized so many times on that try-scoring march downfield? How are the Hornets going to prevent another Claremont breakthrough? The Foxes lining up with numbers towards this near sideline. We see Caroline Bullock as a target. Inside of her coming into the game looks like number 19. It's Marjorie Haddad. The kick receipt knocked on, a scrum to Claremont. So Haddad coming in, replacing number 6, Sofia Markovic. Whistle is blown. The scrum will reset. Having a quick chat with our referee. It looks like we may have a player evaluation on the field. Athletic training staff coming on. Time back on. It's about 27 minutes left to play. Claremont with the scrum 35 meters from the goal line, setting up steep. Number 10, Hannum, about 8 meters back. The pass to ground. So now Claremont at half field. See actions from Hall and Masser Fry. Claremont working the ball towards the far side of the field. Numbers are there. Bullock still with the leg drive going forward, taken down. Hornets realign on defense. See an arrow of Claremont support, looking for their pattern of play when it comes to their phases after the ruck. We see a chip kick downfield, bouncing its way towards the goal line, or towards the touch line. Hassan this time not able to corral it. She is a threat with the boot, but we'll see a line out to Sacramento State. So the ball was knocked forward into touch. Sacramento State opting for the scrum. We see Amoni Darden lining up again in the number 13 jersey at the wing position. Osa to Turner. We see fullback Nicole Ayad lining up between center and wing. Osa with a little bit of space to run. We see the angles. Turner gets the offload. Turner crosses just outside of the 22, and this time Bullock is there. Caroline Bullock, so good with her running lines when it comes to her defense from that strong side flanker position. Ayad with the carry. The Hornets have space to run. It's really interesting seeing this Claremont team set their defense. They are so focused around the area of the ruck that they're leaving about 30 meters of space towards the outside with the speed of their backs. So it's a strategy that has worked for them so far, trying to prevent these forward runs. Nevaeh Hall has struck a couple strong carries in the first half, has been silenced in the second. Osa looking for Turner. The ball through the fingers over the head. It is going to be a scrum to the Foxes. So Claremont with the scrum just outside of the 22, setting up steep again with their backs. Hannum about 10 meters back from the last foot of the scrum. Collins and Masser Fry flat to one another, about another 6 meters back from Hannum. We see the pick from number 8, Ariel Hymanson. Darden makes a tackle from the wing position. Claremont setting again their pods again. Park with the carry. Nevaeh Hall with the stop. Hannum to Masser Fry towards the outside, and Masser Fry showing what she can do from the center position. So Masser Fry gets the line break and gets the try, goes over the line. Centers welcome themselves to the scoring party, and Claremont adds to the lead, 34-17. Conversion to come. 22 minutes left to play in this women's D2 CRAA final. For updates out of the Eastern Conference, Jackie Finland with the Rugby Breakdown has you covered. There's a spreadsheet for all of the matches taking place this weekend. Division 2 games, Division 1 games. We also have the women's WPL in action, the Women's Premier League. 7 teams in that Premier League competition, several alumna of all of the programs that are here in action. We've seen Dana Alimena, an All-American fly half from this Claremont program, move on to play with the ARPTC, spending time in Spain, as well as with the New York Rugby Club. Score remains 34-17, 21 minutes to play. Turner bringing the ball up to midfield. So we'll have another sequence of play before the final water break. Going to quarters with 2 days of action. The Foxes are fresh from having yesterday's bye. Sacramento State 41-12 victors over San Diego State, which is who Claremont faced in last year's National D2 Championship match. So plenty of talent here when it comes to women's college Division II rugby. Spring action in California with some strength. A beautiful kickoff knocked forward. And a penalty awarded to Sacramento State. Offside by the knock-on recipient. Kiele Miata finds Turner. Turner taken down, not quite by the shoulder. She is still in action, still on her feet. The ball thrown, flung into touch, but was knocked forward by Claremont. So a scrum to Sacramento State at the 22, 5 meters from the far touch line. We see Darden lining up the center position again. Nicole Ayad in the number 15 jersey lining up outside. And then wing, Annie Grace Perez. McGaffey distributes from the back of the scrum. The switch line, Osa to Turner. Turner carving her way through the Claremont defense. Space again towards this near sideline. Look at the distribution here. Osa to Nicole Ayad. Nicole Ayad on the front foot. Nicole Ayad with the carry. Taken down by Hall. And by Hall, I mean Robin Collins. Kiale Miata with the carry. Gets another meter of space for the Hornets downfield. Nevaeh Hall taking on the full Foxes forward pod. She is down about 1 meter in front of the goal line. Penalty being awarded to the Hornets. Offside, must enter the maul from behind the last foot and cannot come in from the side. The try is awarded. Sacramento State able to answer. I believe that was Miata going over the line. This is Sacramento State, again, being able to take advantage of the Claremont miscues when it comes to the offside positioning. Able to retain position off of the scrum. And Sacramento State answers after giving away the try to Masser Fry. 34-22, an important conversion to come. 18 and a half minutes left to play. It looks like we've got a discussion between fullback Anderson and our referee as Darden lines up her conversion attempt. About 20 meters worth of distance on the kick. Miata with the try under the posts. Darden nudges it over. We have a 10-point match, 34-24 as we head into the final quarter. 2 minutes here for a water break, and we'll be back with this Women's West Division II CRAA final. We are back for the final quarter of play in this Women's Division II CRAA final. The Claremont Foxes kicking off to Sacramento State. Sacramento State with a try to close the quarter. And an unforced error. The restart not going 10 meters, bouncing its way towards the Claremont side. Sacramento State with the option to have a re-kick or a scrum. Scrums have been stable by both squads so far. And generally the preferred selection when it comes to maintaining possession of the ball. We see a couple of changes in the Claremont Foxes alignment. Coming into flank is Layla Hanum, or apologies, number 19, Marjorie Haddad, that was in before. Misread the numbers. So it does look like the Foxes backline still remains as they started. 17 minutes, 2 seconds left to go. McGaffey, ball is in, and the Foxes have stolen it. So a turnover after the miscue on the kickoff. And now the Foxes going forward. Robin Collins with the carry. Foxes setting up their pods. Park. Foxes back in to Bullock. Bullock still keeping her feet, evading this stripping attempt by Kiele Miata. The Foxes on the go, working the ball towards the far side of the field, a misconnection, and here the kick through. It was number 22, Autumn Bailey for Sacramento State. And they've pushed Claremont back inside their 22. This time Asia Anderson isn't able to get something started. Both teams are realigning after the transition play. Sacramento State makes the tackle on the far side of the field. Claremont still realigning, looking to set their forward pods. We see the kick downfield. Nicole Ayad, but look at this chase. The speed from the Foxes. Vida Hassan. Nicole Ayad is able to get around her on the outside, and Ayad with the counter. She's got Caroline Bullock to beat the support of Annie Grace Perez. The ball just knocked on. An exciting sequence of play. Back and forth action with the kick and the kick back. So this is going to give Claremont Foxes a scrum about 30 meters from their defensive goal line. The crowd loving it as the clock winds down. 15 minutes to play, 34-24. The first meetup between these two teams. Sacramento State playing in the PMRC. Regular season action against the likes of Santa Cruz, San Jose State, Nevada Reno, and more. Claremont coming out of Southern California in the PDRC, the Desert Conference. Vida Hassan taking to touch. Annie Grace Perez finishes the tackle. Line out to the Hornets, 25 meters from the goal line. Whatever the outcome, this is a fantastic match with the prospects for Women's Division II college rugby. Both these teams featuring so many new players on the field. The average rugby age of these teams about a year and a half. The line out off of the top by the Hornets. Vigil Figueroa able to recover. Andrew Osa is there. A good read on defense by number 8, Ariel Hammonson. The Hornets realigning. Turner cuts inside. Turner cuts again. Taryn Turner on the go, and she evades a tackle from behind. The leg drive powering through the jersey attempt, finally taken down. Sacramento State with an opportunity. Claremont still realigning. Claremont's defense entirely inside of the near goal post. So they've got 15 bodies and 20 meters of space. The space is here to the left if Sacramento State's able to get it there. Space still to the left. Carried by Reed. And over the line, Andrew Osa, the team captain, their only player that is a non-resident, played her rugby out of the Mike Gakuken High School in Japan. Sacramento State, 34-29, the score, 13 minutes to play. Another important conversion to come, the difference between a 3-point and a 5-point game. We have seen penalties make an impact thus far. But that play starting with a strong tackle by Annie Grace Perez, able to recover after she knocked on the offload attempt by Ayad. She makes up for it, stopping Vida Hassan, stopping that go forward by the Foxes, and Sacramento State gets themselves in it. Darden lining up the conversion at the 22. We see Claremont and the Ingle, arms around each other, moments of calm. Trying to find the right amount of hype. The team that fought their way into the championship match last year. They have traded victories with San Diego State during the regular season. We're able to get them in that championship game. Darden's kick is good, 34-31, 12 minutes left to play. What a match. It's going to be a key restart by the Claremont Foxes. We saw the kick before not go 10 meters. They were able to recover in the scrums. There is so much to play for. 12 minutes. If you aren't a fan of women's rugby, you're about to become one. Foxes with their forwards set towards the right side of the field. I believe that's Robin Collins, ball in hand. We see Vita Hassan inserting from the wing, more towards the middle of the field, hoping to put some defensive pressure on with the speed. The kick is up. Vigil Figueroa is there. So they were targeting Hassan on that kickoff. Good hands by the prop wearing the number 2 jersey today. Speaking of another prop, Jocelyn Sanchez fighting her way downfield. Claremont able to strip the ball. We have a turnover, so Claremont sets the ruck at midfield. We see the pick by Isabel Thompson. Claremont to the forwards again. Abby Baxter driven back. Sacramento State looking to counter ruck, trying to drive over, and they concede the penalty. Need to release and roll away at the tackle, providing a fair ruck contest. Anderson, the ball in hand, turns her hips for the kick to touch. Foxes with a line out, 10 minutes, 22 seconds left to play, according to our scoreboard clock. Line out to the Foxes, about 25 meters from the goal line, 34-31. Possession key for both teams here as we wind down in the final 10 minutes. And both teams aware that you do not want to concede a try. The line out disrupted. Ball knocked on. We have scrum to Claremont. So we see the same set that we've had off of these offensive scrums by Claremont all game long. Hannum back deep. Collins and Masser Fry flat in the centers. And then the support opportunities here from Asia Anderson in the 15 jersey, Vita Hassan in the 14. Moss flat and even with Hannum at the far side wing. We've seen quite a few number 8 picks, so keep an eye out for Ariel Hymanson in that number 8 jersey. The ball is in. MacArthur. And Sacramento State puts on the drive. A solid defensive strategy by the Hornets, especially knowing that we've seen quite a few number 8 picks. The scrum reset. 8 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. MacArthur comes around the scrum to the strong side. Hannum. And find the speedster. Vita Hassan pops it up for Asia Anderson. Anderson taken to ground. Osa on Bullock. Osa finishes the tackle. Fox is lined up to the left. We see a forward pod. The strike run back to the inside. Sacramento State reads the play. Drives them back. Foxes again. We see the show by Collins. A skip pass out to Masser Fry. And again, taken down. The Hornets defense taking away the space, driving the Foxes back. Foxes calm in maintaining possession, and we see the little bit of a line break. Marjorie Haddad on the far side of the field, able to take back all that space. Distribution by the Foxes. A high looping pass provides the shoot opportunity. Kiele Miata. See the pick and go. So the Foxes going back to their pattern from the first half. Another pick, Bullock. And we see an attempt by the Hornets to strip the ball. Ball is released. Play on. The ball bobbled. Another misconnection. Annie Grace Perez. Asia Anderson with the ball in hand, taken down by Turner. Turner with the counter ruck. The ball is playable. And we're going to see a penalty. Bailey Ballard with her hands on the ball. Excuse me, Alondra Vasquez. Ballard plays for another team. The Hornets thought it was their penalty. See, we see the attempt at the tap and go by Miata. So penalty to Claremont. Hannum opts for the kick to touch. We'll have a line out about 10 meters out. 6 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. 34-31 the score. Just a 3-point difference. Danny Corona, one of several former wrestlers on this Foxes team. Sets for the line out. Full line out is set. Bullock the target. We see some confusion on the field, signaling from the referee. Ball back in play. Collins. Sacramento State looking to see if there's an opportunity for a jackal. They back off. Bullock with another strong carry. Foxes working the ball to the far side of the field with their forwards. Backs lined up to the near. We see another inside pass from the fly half. Forward carry. Hannum. Looking for Hassan on the outside. She's looped by Collins. Vita Hassan started the game with a couple of quick tries. She adds another. 5 points for the Foxes, 39-31. 5 minutes and 20 seconds left to play. Foxes up by 8, makes it a 2-score game. If the Hornets want to come back, 5 minutes left to go. Anything is possible. 90 seconds on the conversion attempt. Time winding down as Hassan gets her water, going to set the tee. Yeah. Game management in play here. And again, Hassan, a varsity athlete with a soccer program with the Claremont Colleges. Walked off the soccer team and onto the rugby pitch. Her speed has been an asset. The foot skill is an asset. And the kick is off the post. Had the height, had the distance. Score remains 39-31. 4 minutes to play. Going to be a key kickoff for Sacramento State. They have got to find a way to gain possession back. If you're Claremont, you want to ensure that you're cleanly fielding this kick receipt, and then you can go back into your possession pattern. It's worked so well. The forwards and the pick and goes. They don't need to force another try with an 8-point lead. They just need to deny the Hornets opportunities. Turner. Floats the ball 12 meters downfield. Foxes recover off of the bounce. Kiele Miata fighting for the ball. Goes in for the counter ruck and then backs off, looking for the next wave. Bullock with a strong carry, fights her way past midfield. See, pick and go from Park. Inside of 3 minutes left to go. Foxes. Hannum to Hassan. Tied up by Annie Grace Perez. The ball thrown forward, and here's an opportunity. Darden takes the hole in the space in front of her, and she's dragging a few of the Foxes along. Grace Perez. Again, key tackles here, that 14-on-14 matchup. Kiele Miata. Kiele Miata still on her feet, still going forward. Taken down. A lot of Foxes' bodies around this breakdown. There is so much space to the far side of the field. Nevaeh Hall takes it back into the Claremont Foxes forward pod. She's going to have to fight her way down. That she does. A few Hornets to the near side. Miata. She's got the support of Osa and Perez. Linnea Lagarde there in support in the number 1 jersey. secures the ruck. McGaffey again to Nevaeh Hall. 2 minutes left to go inside of the 22. The Hornets need to score twice. Vigil Figueroa. Advantage being shown to the Hornets. 1:51 to play. There's Darden. Finds Nicole Ayad looking for Turner. Remember, we did have advantage being shown before. Autumn Bailey corrals the ball. We're going back to the penalty. An 8-point match. Darden has been a sure kicker so far, but this is a penalty that is quite wide. One minute, 20 seconds to play. The Hornets looking to score the try. They have the opportunity to decline a conversion kick. That choice to decline must be made and vocalized and heard by the try scorer. 1 minute left to play. The ball is out. Osa under pressure. She is pushed. We're going to have a penalty on the field. And again, 53 seconds. The tap by Miata. Claremont not back 10. Hall in support. Advantage being shown. Sacramento State must score quickly. 43 seconds left to go. Vigil Figueroa. Alondra Vasquez. 30 seconds. They need to score, and they would need to score again. Reed gets it out to Darden. Darden has Nicole Ayad on the outside. Lagarde. There's space to the far side of the field. We're going to go back to the penalty. 10 seconds left on the clock. Official time being kept by our referee crew. So going back again to the log penalty. We see the kick pass to get the ball to the mark. Osa is there. The game cannot end on a penalty. Time on the scoreboard is up 39-31 the score. Osa with the tap. The ref with the duck to get out of the way of the pass to Miata. Miata trying to drive her way forward. Supported by Lagarde. Vigil Figueroa. She's got Hall behind her. Vigil Figueroa. The distance is there. The try held up. There's going to be a goal line drop to Claremont. Collins on the drop. Annie Grace Perez. She's got Ayad there. She's got some space to go. Cutting her way up the middle. Grace Perez jumps into contact, taken down by Bullock. What contact was made there? Hall. Osa. Grace Perez. She's isolated towards the outside. Osa is there to do the cleanup of the ruck. McGaffey to Miata. Miata taking it into the Claremont forward pod. There's so much space to the right side. You hear Darden calling for the ball. Hall with the carry. Hall dots it down 39-36. There will be a conversion to come. Again, official time on the field being kept by our referee. The scoreboard has wound down to zeros for quite some time. It looks like there is some concern and dissent from the Foxes. Trying to have a word to the referee. Darden taking the ball for the conversion attempt. Darden getting a tee in the water. 39-36, 2 points on the conversion. The kick is good, 39-38. That brings the game to a close. What a match here in this Women's Division II CRAA West Final. Your Claremont Foxes return to the national championship game taking place in Houston, Texas, May 6th and 7th, championship weekend there. Sacramento State Hornets, a team made of almost entirely new players, building from an early season defeat by San Jose State University, 95-17 the score there, making their way, building the program all the way to this West Championship game under Coach Wayne Coy. Plenty to look for in terms of women's rugby and development here in the state of California. Well played to the Hornets. Congratulations to the Claremont Foxes. Back-to-back national championship appearances. Claremont showing the skill and the speed of their backs, winning the game through tactical forward possession, getting the ball off of the rucks, using those picks and goes, using their forward pods. Stellar play by number 7, Caroline Bullock, the speed of Vita Hassan, good distribution from scrum half Kate MacArthur. A comprehensive game of rugby, 39-38. Your heart breaks that a team had to lose, but we look forward to seeing the Claremont Foxes in the Division II National Championship game, awaiting the winner of the East Final. And just keep in mind that stranger things have happened. Last year, it was an all-West Coast affair as Eckerd was not able to travel to Houston. That is how Claremont got in, despite having lost to San Diego State. So Claremont made the most of that opportunity. We saw a California final. Assume that we're going to see some victories out of the East again. Follow Jackie Finland in the rugby background or the rugby breakdown to see the scores. Good luck to our teams competing out East today and tomorrow. Well done to the Hornets. Congratulations, Foxes. I'm Liz Entwistle, and we'll be back with the Women's Division I Consolation Final for the Western region. That game kicking off at 1 p.m. Welcome back to Stanford University. I am Liz Entwistle. You can say my name here at the Stuber Rugby Stadium. We are here for the Women's Division I CRAA West Consolation Match. This is the third place game where we have the Cal Golden Bears in the navy blue going from left to right across your screen, kicking off to the GCU Grand Canyon University Antelopes. We'll call them the Lopes, call them the Golden Bears. Both teams in action yesterday. Cal took on BYU and fell by a mark of 64-0, returning largely the same lineup. A couple of changes, though. They are missing standout inside center Mariah Overby. She was in the number 12 jersey yesterday, a strong carrier, a freshman rookie on the team, a team full of rookies as well. So we'll see Eve Mango slot into the number 12. She was number 13 yesterday. Llewellyn Bales is going to get game action in the number 11 jersey. And we'll keep you aware of other changes to come. That puts Emily Cortez in the number 14, Kathleen Hulgan in the number 13 jersey for the Golden Bears. GCU, a couple of adjustments from yesterday's lineup as well. We see largely the same forward pack with the exception of Atlee Boyd moving to number 7, Chloe Williams moving from 7 to 8. Unfortunately, Khaleesi Pu'oi out due to injury. Strong carry here by Atlee Boyd. She was in the number 4 jersey yesterday. She is a rookie with only a half year of experience. GCU on the go in the white jersey. Cyan Collier with the carry. We expect to see her presence with some punishing forward runs all game long. Amaya Dela Cruz in the number 10. The field marshal, last year's scrum half, this year fly half. And GCU is on the go. Moving the ball towards the outside. Malia Stewart with the carry. Cal setting their line. Solid contact made. Cal on the tackle. GCU was on the go, aiming towards this near side line, and we see the knock on with the forward strike line. Advantage being played to Cal. Martinez. So this is Mango, now number 12. Helena Insco trying to corral the ball. No advantage game. So we're going to see a scrum. Wait, I will correct that. So this referee playing a very short advantage. So instead of going back to the initial infringement of the knock-on that gave Cal possession of the ball, we're going to see the scrum awarded to GCU. So we'll just adjust to the referee and how they are calling the match. Our referees today from the Northern California Referee Society. Assistant referees on both sidelines, and a number 4 managing substitutions, player interchanges, any discipline issues, and keeping track of scoring. So the scrum does go to Cal after all. Martinez with the put-in. She'll look for Athena Lewis in that number 10 jersey, and there she finds her. Lewis on the go, some space to run. We see the miss pass going to Mango, switching from her line of attack. GCU being shown advantage. Knock on by Cal. GCU with possession of the ball. The Lopes. The forward strike line. Majority of their forwards here to this near sideline. In the orange shoes, this is going to be Savona McLaughlin. She was a strong carrier in last year's playoff matches. And a penalty being shown to Cal with the fanciest of referee signals there. Captain May Lauritsen finds Tamea Ryan. Keep an eye on Ryan. She has been their thrower for lineouts in the number 8 jersey. Mango. Martinez goes to Grace Tatey. And Cal working the ball towards the far sideline. Penalty awarded to Cal. We did see a fairly high penalty count in yesterday's match between Grand Canyon University and Stanford. The scoring was high in that BYU Cal affair, again 64-0. Cal has had strengths all season long in the forms of their center pairing, excellent line breakers with Mariah Overby and Eve Mango. BYU stifling them. They've got perhaps the most spectacular center pairing that I've seen in recent women's college rugby history. Kat Stowers at the number 12, Michaela Comer wearing the number 13. A dynamic duo to watch for in the championship match that's taking place at 3 o'clock, BYU against Stanford. Mariah Overby not being in the game today is going to be a factor. GCU has another strong center as well. Was looking forward to the potential contest between number 13, Angel Lucero. But 2-day tournaments means we get to go to our deep benches and deep rosters. The penalty awarded to Cal, the tap taken. Sydney Yasukochi with the carry. Cal makes their way inside of the GCU 22, about 10 meters from that GCU goal line. Over the top, the basketball pass. Grace Tatey finds support. Cal towards the far sideline, realigning with their backs out to the right. A little bit of a miss pass. Risa Tinsley Green able to recover. GCU patient in defense, building that white wall. Eve Mango corrals the ball. Eve Mango with some space to run up the middle. The pass disrupted. Now GCU with a chance to counter. See the looping pass, the shooting tackle, and the referee's whistle. Penalty to GCU, offsides by Cal. I believe that was Amaya De La Cruz on the intercept. A dynamic player, very shifty. Caused some problems in last year's semifinal between Stanford and GCU, where GCU did come away with the win. The kick to touch does not find its mark. Emily Cortez on the counter for Cal. Martinez, numbers to the left. Tamea Ryan with the carry. Supported by Yasukochi. Martinez again. Signals from our referees. We see the dummy run from Risa Tinsley Green in the 2 jersey. Gives A. Mango the ball. Support by Grace Tatey towards the outside. Cal quick to realign. Plenty of options when it comes to their offensive sets. The team did have a coaching change mid-season. They had been coached the last few years by Elvis Sabiali. Took a job with USA Rugby, finds himself in Charlotte. So Cal alumna and USA Rugby stand out. Katie Chow taking the helm for the Golden Bears, one of several Hall of Famers from this program out of Berkeley, California. Strike line by Maddie Bolibit. GCU holding strong on defense. Another misconnection, and we see the shoot coming forward. Number 12, Samantha Garcia in pursuit for GCU. See Garcia making the tackle over the back. Tamea Ryan is there. Landed on top of her opposite, number 8, Chloe Williams. Chloe, a freshman on the team, definitely a player to watch. And we're going back, this time a longer advantage being played. Penalty to Cal. We see stacks of forwards interspersed with the backs, short on this near side, about 10 out to the far side. The tap and go taken by Athena Lewis herself. Lewis in contact. There are some player mismatches out to the left if Cal can distribute the ball there. Slow coming out of the ruck. Wisely taken in by Risa Tinsley Green. GCU playing defense now inside the 22, and so here is some of that space available. Kathleen Hulgan in the number 13 jersey gets the offload, I believe, to Grace Tatey towards the outside. We've got a lot of bodies at the line. The try held up, waiting the referee's signal. So a try held up should be a goal line dropout, but we are, in fact, going to an earlier penalty at the 22. So again, a long advantage being played this time. The tap taken, and again, kind of this wedge with check mark shaped, 5 to the right, 10 to the left, going to the right. Captain May Lauritsen with the ball in hand, supported by Helena Insko. Fullback Maddie Bolibit getting in on the action. Martinez with the distribution. Tamea Ryan receives the ball. The tackle attempt just evaded. Athena Lewis with a step towards the inside. Dances around Danielle Cielo. Cielo, normally a strong defender by Grand Canyon, just caught a bit flat-footed. Golden Bears 5 meters from the goal line. Here's Eve Mango. Mango with the drive. And Cal going out towards the left side again. Hulgan steps in as the first receiver, cuts back in towards the middle, towards her support. Looks like penalty advantage being shown to Cal. Risa Tinsley Green with the carry. Tamea Ryan lining up on the left. We see Lewis Mango and Bolibit out to the right. Another penalty awarded. The penalty count against GCU quite high, just 8.5 minutes into this third place consolation match. So we're going to have a word with our referee. I believe it's Captain Danielle Cielo. These teams competing in 15s this weekend. GCU will be competing in the Premier Division of the CRAA 7s, being hosted in Houston alongside the 15s championships. That'll be May 6th and 7th. Last year they placed 4th, I believe, at the D1 level, so an invite into the higher competition. Cal has placed as high as 5th in the country when it comes to the game of 7s in recent memory. They were having a pretty solid season, disrupted by the pandemic and, again, coaching changes. So rebuilding the program, fielding heaps of rookies. This GCU team is largely recurring from last year's playoff run. They only had one upperclassman on last year's roster, so Lindsay Mahoney able to rebuild in her 3rd year of coaching with the Lopes program. An opportunity here for Cal, just meters away from the goal line, cuts back into contact in the bulk of the GCU defense, space towards the outside. A penalty being shown, an opportunity if they want to kick for a post, but it's hard to deny the opportunity to score the try. Athena Lewis, number 10 jersey, ball in hand. Looks to Mahia Ellis in the number 1. And we've got a maul. Taken to ground, becomes a ruck. We see the quick transfer to the outside. Cal with some offloads from contact. GCU shooting quite low, looking to make their tackles to ground yesterday. And it is Cal who strikes first. The Golden Bears looking golden, going over the line. So using the strength of forwards to take away some of the defensive space and able to get the ball to the outside. We'll see if we can get confirmation on the try score. Cal taking a 5-0 lead. And we are 10.5 minutes into this first half of play. The conversion is good. Cal adds to the lead at 7-0. The Golden Bears with a golden start. That was fullback Maddie Bolibit on the conversion. And it'll be GCU on the restart. This Grand Canyon University program, fairly new. The team founded in just 2016-2017 season. Started out at the D2 level. The last few years of conference play, they have been fairly dominant in the Pacific Desert Rugby Conference, taking on the likes of Arizona, Arizona State, Santa Barbara, more of the SoCal, Arizona-based schools. They do run into conference foes, BYU, often. That has been their lone conference loss each of the past few seasons. It's a beauty of a kickoff going just 10.5 meters into the Bears territory, and GCU able to recover as it gives a friendly bounce back to their side. Just threading the sideline, Atlee Boyd here in the number 7, taken into touch. It was a well-timed offload. Said it yesterday, and I'll say it again. Sideline always makes her tackles. She's 100%. We see Tamea Ryan in the number 8 jersey on the throw for the Bears, 5 in the lineout, and something we saw most of the day yesterday, the exception being in the D2 match earlier today, where we did see the Claremont Foxes book their return trip to the D2 National Championship game. The line-out throw has some tactical issues, so a free kick awarded. GCU opting for the scrum. Across the Lopes front row, we see number 1, Cyan Callier, 2, Janice Dykes, 3, Soraya Apo, number 4, Cynthia Fanoi Moana. We saw her in the number 21 jersey yesterday. Paired up with Savona McLaughlin in the number 5 jersey. Savona, a excellent strike line runner, a threat on offense. Number 6, Danielle Cielo. 7, Atlee Boyd. And 8, Chloe Williams. With Caitlin Poole, ball in hand. And we have seen fantastic performances out of the scrum halves of each team this weekend. Really mastering at the scrum. Fantastic with distribution. Good calm play. Looking good with USA coach Rich Ashfield here. Observing all the action. This one in action is a treat. Angel Lucero, she finds Sophia Rico in the number 15 jersey. Both of those players such threats with open space. GCU redistributing to the near side. GCU fighting for all the extra meters. An excellent placement at the breakdown, back towards her team. Here's Atlee Boyd. Cal communicating for the defensive realignment. Amaya De La Cruz to Cyan Callier. And Callier looking to offload to Janice Dykes. Dykes running out of space, maybe not anticipating the offload. So now we're going to have a line out to Cal. 15 minutes have elapsed. So offloaded forward into touch. It looks like we're going to take the scrum option instead. A ball thrown forward into touch does give the non-offending team the option. So confirmation of the scrum between that 5 meter and 15 meter hash. It is going to be Cal's put in. They are fairly shallow with their backs. The scrum taking place about 30 meters from their defensive goal line. See Lewis realigning the team, scooching a few people back. She's got Mango just to her left side. The ball is out. Tamaya Ryan able to recover. Ryan fighting to keep in. Power in the GCU tackle. Out of number 8, Chloe Williams. So a line out now to the Lopes. So trading possession. A couple of line breaks so far, but again, fairly evenly matched in the physicality of the game so far. Dykes with the throw. 5 in the line out. Cal able to disrupt. Dykes able to recover. Dancing her way, playing within the 5 meter channel. Poole finds McLaughlin. McLaughlin with a spin move. Keeping her feet, brought down by Cal prop Mejia Ellis. And now De La Cruz wants the ball going wide. Garcia to Lucero. She's got Sofia Rico outside of her. Stopped in traffic by number 13, Kathleen Hilgen, slotting in from the wing into the outside center jersey today. De La Cruz, yet again, a little bit of a show and go. And the ball is out, so GCU a little overeager in the ruck, exposes the ball. Cal with an opportunity to gain possession, but knocked on with the ball bouncing on the ground. Scrum to the Lopes. Was able to see the men's counterparts to these teams face off in men's Division 1A action earlier this fall. That was a victory for Cal Berkeley and the Golden Bears. They are competing in today's national semifinal against BYU. That game starting at 1 p.m. They'll move on to play Navy, victorious over Lindenwood today. So East Coast and West Coast action across many platforms of the sport. Of course, you can keep up with all the East Coast scores with the women's D2 and D1 playoffs beginning today in Gastonia, North Carolina, playing Saturday, Sunday. The West making an exception for BYU to play Friday, Saturday instead. We'll get a look at Caitlin Poole, GCU scrum half. A solid field general, and this time some uncertainty in the scrum is yielding a free kick. So 2 free kicks awarded now to GCU, an issue with the lineout, an issue in the scrum. Things that can be easily reset, and again with a Cal team led by Katie Chow, a legendary USA prop. Those are adjustments we'll be able to make at the water break, and of course at halftime, a big carry by Cyan Collier. She's tripped up at the 22. Does the work to get the good placement of the ball. Savona McLaughlin. We see Dykes in on the ruck. The distribution, Lucero finds Atlee Boyd. Boyd taken down by Emily Cortez. Danielle Cielo able to use the spacing of the referee, gets a couple extra meters forward. De La Cruz, excellent timing on the run by Dykes, but we're going to have a penalty to Cal, assuming that this is going to be from obstruction. So we're seeing a scrum set. So Cal's scrum, Martinez with the put-in. Backs lined out to the far side of the field. We do see wing Emily Cortez, mindful of the weak side. GCU flat across 10, 12, 13. They've dropped back Sofia Rico to defend against the kick. And Martinez with a heads-up play. There was some space to run with the depth of Chloe Garriol Also back for GCU, being mindful of the kick. So Martinez makes her way past midfield. We see the pickup by Yasukochi. Martinez to Lewis. Lucero with a stop for the Lopes. The ball out again. Martinez, this time to the left side of the field. Eve Mango finds Grace Talty. Cal working towards that far sideline. The ball coughed out of the ruck. Play on, says the referee. GCU with a key turnover, stopping the momentum by the Golden Bears. McLaughlin. And a monster hit by Mahia Ellis on Chloe Williams. The penalty going to be awarded on the high contact. Mahia could have gone just a tad lower with the shoulder. See McLaughlin. Slow to get up off the ground, being checked by the trainers. Time off on the field to get our player evaluations, being mindful of welfare at all times. A couple of minor injuries to a few of the teams yesterday. And of course, being ever mindful of concussion protocols. You'll see later today when Stanford takes on BYU that BYU rested some of their players yesterday to keep them fresh for today. Stanford missing the talents of 6 of their veteran players. A long season when it comes to the game of 15s. So we have a scrum at midfield. Pool for GCU. And it is another free kick. So an early drive by the Golden Bears. Again, things that we can adjust and adapt for. A little overeager on the scrum. Also want to be mindful that GCU is providing the resistance and not trying to draw a play. Sometimes we see that trickery in the game of 7s. But teams both well coached. Kyle Sobchak has been leading the forwards for GCU, assisting Lindsay Mahoney. We've got Chris Bay that's also been working with the backs. Jeremy Parenteau and quite a few others. See, again, head coach Katie Chow on the sideline for the Golden Bears. And if they're ever playing here at Stanford, you know you're going to see Cal legend Irene Gardner, veteran of the USA program, on the sidelines. Was here yesterday with Marvel. GCU plays off the back on the scrum. Angel Lucero with some space to run. Sophia Rico getting in on the action. Chloe Garriol not quite able to corral the pass. The ball knocked forward. So we're going to see a scrum to Cal. We're at 19 minutes remaining in the half. Should be coming up on our water break. Temperatures reached 80 yesterday, forecasted for 77 today, but the strong California sun, nary a cloud in the sky. The lightest of breezes, ideal conditions here at Stanford University. The home of rugby dating back to 1891. Regularly been played here since 1906. So university founded, started rugby right away, and one of the longest running programs. UC Davis, another team in the state of California, celebrating 100 years this year. Martinez finds Lewis, and now here is Lewis. Athena Lewis with a bit of a break. She makes her way 30 meters downfield. Martinez finds Mango. The ball lost. Trying to move across field. GCU with advantage being shown. This should be advantage gained. Lucero with the turnover, fighting her way downfield. A powerful center. Poole finds Dykes. Janice Dykes taking the contact. Tackled by Heleno Insco, who tried not to impede the play, so no issues there with her impeding the ruck. Poole to De La Cruz. De La Cruz showing a bit of a dummy, looking for Garcia, and Cal does not fall for it. Lucero finds Fanoi Moana. And a penalty to the Lopes. There's 17 and a half minutes left to go in the first half. The score is staying steady at 7-0. Cal leading GCU. We're going to have a minute on the field. And we will be back as play resumes. We are back in action after player evaluations and the water break. 17 minutes, 12 seconds left to play. Resuming play with a penalty to GCU. Samantha Garcia aims for a touch. A beauty of a kick, floated well just off that sweet spot. Laces of the boot. So it'll be a line out to GCU about 30 meters from the goal line. GCU currently trailing by a mark of 7-0. Again, looking this as the second day of play, worth reminding folks at home that Cal is without Mariah Overby, a strong freshman inside center. Similarly, GCU without Bianca Curtis in the starting lineup. She was such an impact player last year, the attack player of the year. Also missing their normal starting number 8, Khaleesi Pa'oi. So replacement 8, Chloe Williams, moves in from 7 to 8. And the strong carry by Savona McLothen. GCU on the front foot. Lucero to Rico. She's got Chloe Garriol on the outside. Tackled well by Yasukochi. Poole finds Danielle Cielo. De La Cruz out to Williams. Williams looking for the stiff arm. Mejia Ellis looking for the lower tackle this time. De La Cruz, quick on the distribution. Cyan Callier. Cyan fighting her way forward, taken down from behind. Places the ball just inside of the 22. And we're going to have a minute on the field for hard contact. Check on the Cal tackler. We'll get a health check on Helena Insco. And we'll be back as play resumes. Back to the action on field. We're going to resume with a scrum to GCU. GCU in possession of the ball, an instant whistle, again checking on player welfare. There is no HIAA when it comes to the game of college rugby. That's something that's only at the international level. So a player, if they're exiting the field with suspicion of concussion, will remain off. Excellent drive on the scrum here by the Golden Bears. And Cal dominates that scrum, draws a penalty as well, a key turnover. We saw momentum from GCU getting the ball to the 22, and a powerful scrum from the Golden Bears. Athena Lewis with the tap, Tamea Ryan with the carry. Ryan gets 10 meters forward, so that penalty advantage gained. Lewis. And Cal looking to split some hairs, barely able to do it. Ball in hand by Maddie Bolovit, stopped by a pair of GCU defenders. Kathleen Hilgen had the carry, a miscommunication on the pass, a little bit of an error in execution. Off the fingertips. And we're going to see a line out to GCU. GCU with a solid attacking platform. Again, we've seen a lot of 5-person lineouts in these D1 contests. We're going to insert a couple of the forwards into the back line. It looks like Fanoia Moana in the number 4 jersey. One of 2 strong center ball carriers for the Lopes. Callier lifting at the front. She's got Boyd McLothen lifting at the back. The ball off of the fingertips. And this time it is a free kick to Cal. Referee fond of the short arm, keeping the ball in play, ball in motion. So a free kick is going to give players a chance to tap, to run a play. The other team 10 meters back, and it looks like we're opting for a scrum. So Cal opting for the scrum. Martinez on the put-in. Cal fairly flat and shallow with their back line. And now an alternate free kick being awarded to GCU. The hooker and the scrum cannot flash their foot. They cannot have it up and forward, the same way that we're looking for good, secure, safe binds when it comes to our forwards. So the scrum setup has to be safe. It has to follow the laws. It is a free kick penalty, and it looks like Janice Dykes is confirming the short arm there. So GCU can run their forward play as opposed to a regular penalty, a full arm penalty when one could kick for a post. They could opt to kick for a line out, but it would not retain possession either. So you see a lot of times teams on the field looking to keep the ball on the field and not give the turnover. The resulting play is going to bring us to a scrum to Cal, again at the 22. 12 and a half minutes left to play in this opening half of the Women's Division I CRAA West Consolation Final. So the scrum to Cal on the forward pass by GCU. Martinez. We see all of Cal's backs aligned towards the far side of the field. Wing Emily Cortez shading over close to the scrum. The ball is out. And Martinez able to go across the body, gets the pass off to Lewis. Athena Lewis exits out of the 22. She's still got her feet going. It is a back-on-back maul. Lewis taking on De La Cruz, taken to ground. Eve Mango goes outside to Hulgan. We see the insert of fullback Bolobit. Helena Insko, what a tackle. Vanoy Moana with a solid launch by GCU. Cal able to maintain possession. There is a bit of a gap there. So taking it up the guts and into them. Cal still playing at the 22. Another gap available. We'll see if they can convert this 2-on-1. The timing is on. Janice Dykes with a solid contact made, able to get Cortez down to the ground, finishes the tackle, and Cal is on the go again. Risa Tinsley Green, the first receiver in that scenario. And now we see Sydney Yasukochi in on the action. Heightened pace with the forward play out of the Golden Bears. Now moving it out to the backs. Mango finds Hulgan. Hulgan with Llewellyn Bales towards the outside. And now Martinez. Some scrum half play. A scrum half stiff arm. Cal with the pick and go, with Martinez still held in the tackle. Mahia Ellis able to corral the ball. Penalty to GCU, not releasing. So a lot of action. Cal gets about 5 meters of net space going forward. GCU, the penalty turnover, 10 minutes and 13 seconds in the first half. Samantha Garcia lining up. Looking to kick to touch. Garcia's kick goes the distance wide, about 2 meters forward. GCU with a lineout at the 22. GCU, 5 in the lineout again. We see McLothan lining up as a first receiver. Now De La Cruz coming over. Chloe Williams is out in the back line as well. It is Amal Williams battling inside the 22. Gets the offload off. McLothan want to make sure that she is not in the way and causing obstruction. Hands go in the air. The ball knocked forward. Scrum to Cal. 9 minutes and 8 seconds to play in the opening half of action. So again, as we look as to the road to nationals, GCU got here courtesy of their strength in conference play. They did fall early in the season to BYU by a mark of 43 or 47 to nothing. That halved the margin of victory from last year in many of their conference matches. They went on to regular season defeats over the rest of the Pacific Desert Conference, and then won the 2-3 playoff for the second seed into these playoffs by defeating Arizona State University 34-0. An average margin of victory in their conference matches, 49-6. Got in on some sevens action as well in a tournament last weekend where they were able to outscore all opponents by a margin of 200-6. The strength of these forward runs show a little bit of why. Fanoi Moana, and now space for the back. So we see De La Cruz. She did not like that action on Soraya Apo. Cal holding steady in defense. McLaughlin with the ball in hand. And Berkeley coming away with the strip. Cal regaining possession. 7 minutes, 50 seconds left to go in the first half. They will want to prevent a Lopes try. If they can go into halftime with a shutout, they would be in a pretty cruisy position. This is a team we're very familiar with here at Stanford University, having played a 7 series in the fall during the Pac-12 championships for the men. These teams met up twice in regular conference action, as well as in the PMRC PNW crossover matches. And Cal punching their ticket as a second seed from the PMRC. Right now it is GCU punching the ball in over the try line. The Lopes getting the score when it counts. 7 minutes and change left to play in the half. 7-5 the score, pending the conversion kick. So after plenty of back and forth action, penalties, lineouts, and more, using the forward strike lines, creating some space, GCU is able to get their first try of the game. Samantha Garcia is going to line up the conversion attempt. Just outside of this near goal post. About 18 meters worth of distance. She strikes it true, and we are equal at 7 apiece. 6 minutes left to play in this first half. The next 5 minutes going to be key in terms of calm, nerves, possession, not wanting to give up a try going into the half, wanting to score and make a mark as well. Both teams settling in to quite the rugby match. Evenly powerful with the strength of their forwards, good running lines, using the space with the backs. Again, battling both teams with a few injuries and some changes to their lineups. Trading short arm penalties. And if memory serves correctly, this does seem to be the first time that these teams have met in action. Last year, out of the PMRC, we saw University of Washington as the second seed to advance. Last year's season still affected by the pandemic. So when we look at the volume of games played, last year Washington faced off against BYU. Washington had 3 games of club action in the state, whereas BYU was all over the country playing close to 21 matches of quality rugby. Stanford last year had their first 5 games of the season as forfeits and was able to rally and play enough matches to qualify as the first seed out of the conference. Several matches again against this Berkeley side. GCU fields the kickoff, a stunning strike line run by Faith Lauer as she's quickly taken down by Berkeley. Advantage being shown on the contact. Fanoi Moana for GCU. Still driving forward. Cal doing all they can to take her down. We see number 12, Eve Mongo, getting in on the mauling action. Advantage still being shown to GCU. Amaya De La Cruz finds Samantha Garcia. Sophia Rico towards the outside. A fullback that will happily insert anywhere. Fleet of foot and able to run. Amaya De La Cruz this time goes to Janice Deeks. And we'll correct that to Dykes. Angel Lucero finds Chloe Williams inserting. Oftentimes, a skilled number 8 is like having a third center on the field. Faith Lauer taken down. Cal setting that blue wave of defense. So they forced the knock by Samantha Garcia, but we did have penalty advantage being shown. We have 3 minutes, 50 seconds left to play, about 2 minutes worth of penalties, either going back to the initial infringement or accumulating. We saw the arm go up a few times, indicating advantage to GCU. Janice Dykes, or Danielle Cielo, opts for the scrum. So GCU with the put in about 35 meters from their goal line. Caitlin Poole with the ball in hand. GCU splitting their backs. So we see De La Cruz, Garcia, now Sophia Rico shading over. So stacked 4 to the far side of the field. On the near side, Angel Lucero and Chloe Garriol. Wing Malia Stewart, the opposite. Cal matching numbers flat across, 5 backs. Keeping fullback ball a bit deep. The ball bouncing its way kind of out of the tunnel, kind of not, but it is Cal that is able to keep the ball. Sydney Yasukochi. Heads up play from the flanker. She has been a presence all weekend long. And look at the quick hands, number 3. Ruby Sartain Miller showing off some prop passing. Advantage being shown to Cal. High contact made. Martinez has numbers to the right side. Here's Yasukochi. Yasukochi taking some space straight up the middle. She's able to outstep Cyan Callier. Advantage still being shown to Cal. Martinez finds Tamea Ryan. Ryan stopped just short of the 22. Cal redistributing Lewis. Insco. Ball a bit. No advantage gained. So while Cal still has possession of the ball, there was not much go forward. A penalty to Cal. They're going to be about 25, 27 meters from the goal line. An opportunity if they have a kicker that is confident and wants that ball to take an easy 3 before the half. The score remains 7-7, 1 minute and 50 seconds left to play. So we'd be looking at playing tactical rugby. We can also look at a game like this for a third place contest against 2 evenly matched teams and an opportunity to really work on your seasonal work on. So we've seen GCU opt several times for the scrum. A solid attacking platform. They have been successful with their 5-woman lineouts as well. But some of these midfield kicks to touch, a little bit difficult with the width of the field, 70 meters wide, 110 meters long. So opportunities to deploy and try different tactics. Again, the GCU team outscoring their conference opponents with the exception of BYU by a mark of 49-6 per game. So to have a defensive team like Cal come and really challenge them provides opportunities for this young program to work on. Coach Lindsay Mahoney in her 3rd year. This team did advance to last year's Final Four and again boasted a roster that is very young. Overall, their team maybe a 1.5 to 2 years of average experience on the field, led by Danielle Cielo in the number 6 jersey, one of their more veteran players. So we had seen a penalty indicated. It looks like we are going to go with a scrum. So Berkeley, 25 meters out. And it looks like Sydney Yasukochi in the number 6 jersey now lining up at number 8. We've seen number 8, Tamea Ryan, all over the field, so perhaps switching into flanker for now. We'll see if we can get a bird's eye view of that scrum at some point. If anyone wants to donate a drone to get overhead views, let us know. Martinez with the quick pick and go. Martinez with space to run. Martinez for Cal is nearly there. She loses the ball in contact. Now it's GCU, Angel Lucero. And she's got Garriol on the outside. Cover tackle coming across. Athena Lewis showing off some speed. Penalty to Cal. We do have a Cal player down. So we're going to let the clock on the scoreboard run for a moment as it did not restart after the last stoppage. Official time will be kept with our referee on the field. We'll have a moment for player evaluations. Cal with a thrilling opportunity. What a break. Heads up play by Lori Martinez, taking the ball from the back of the scrum and nearly going over the line. Stopped about 3 meters short. Good scramble defense, good coverage by GCU. We will be back as play resumes. Back in action after that stellar run, Lori Martinez exits the field of play. We do have a replacement on, number 16, Peiji Huang. We'll look to see if someone else shifts into the scrum half role or if it's a one-to-one substitution. The kick to touch, line out to GCU. 1 minute and 13 seconds remain in the half. A shame as Martinez has been a stellar presence on the field all weekend long for Cal. Now absent Martinez in the scrum half role, and as we mentioned, Overby in that inside center role. A lot of opportunities for fellow Golden Bears to get game action and valuable action to very evenly matched teams here in this Consolation final. The throw is taken. Dykes able to recover. Cal challenging in the ruck, and look at the power of this impact sub right away. The ball was out. It was playable. And that wasn't the impact sub. That was Sydney Yasukochi. I did mention that 6 and 16 might be a little bit difficult as they have similar hairstyles. So GCU maintains possession after that powerful counter ruck. Samantha Garcia finds Angel Lucero towards the outside. She's got Sofia Rico. She's not going to need her. Lucero going for the extra meters. We've got confirmation from Stanford coach Rich Ashfield that this pitch is only 100 meters long. So keep that in mind when we're going the distance. GCU redistributing the ball. Chloe Williams, the ball in hands, supported by Atlee Boyd. Boyd able to strip the ball, maintain possession. And GCU on the go again. De La Cruz to Cynthia Fanoy Moana. Cal makes a stop. Golden Bears again with an excellent tackle. Advantage being shown to GCU. The ball is keeping alive. The ref looks like he's staying alive. Strike line by the Lopes. Number 20, Faith Lauer. So we're going to go back to the penalty. Looks like we've got another player evaluation on the field. This is Fanoy Moana. Such a strong ball carrier. She came on as an impact sub yesterday about 20 minutes into the match wearing the number 21 jersey. Had replaced McLaughlin. A couple of Cal Bears. Looks like center Eve Mongo. And another player that will be attended to. Time is up on our scoreboard clock. If there was indeed a penalty, the game cannot end on a penalty. So we'll take a moment to pause again for player evaluations. Hard-hitting rugby here on day 2 of this West CRAA D1 Championship weekend. Play resumes on the field. We have a scrum in the works. The athletic training crew getting in plenty of action. Again, keeping the player welfare of these student athletes at the forefront. This is going to be a put in for GCU. Poole. The ball in. Chloe Williams takes it out. Here is a number 8 on the go. Williams is stopped, supported well. Cyan Collier. And we see advantage again being shown to GCU. Janice Dykes takes contact from Helena Insco. Amaya De La Cruz to Samantha Garcia. Faith Lauer there in support. Poole going to redistribute. Numbers out to the right. Angel Lucero steps in as the first receiver. Janice Dykes. And a good shoot on defense out of Cal. That's Insco again. She is being a pest in the best possible way. GCU with the knock on. We're going back to the earlier penalties. So getting some extra minutes of play here in the opening half. Score remains 7-7. Opportunities for players to put their hands up for any of these rosters if we've got the kicking ability and the distance. Those 3 points do add up over time. But a lot of these teams opting again in this consolation match, getting that extra scrum reps in. Especially, again, strong, quality competition. These women on the field, a lot of them coming in with high school experience or exposure to the game on the GCU side, a team that does recruit from outside of the state. Has some certain special status with the university. Poole finds De La Cruz. De La Cruz cutting her way upfield. She does have Garcia in support with Sofia Rico and Chloe Garriol to the outside. Cal is quick to realign. GCU again to the short side. Garriol fighting to keep herself in, keeping the ball in play. Poole to De La Cruz. Look at the strike line run by Chloe Williams, timed just perfectly. The flat pass into space allows for the hard charging run. De La Cruz, we see the defensive pressure coming up by Cal, and look at this. Peiji Huang all over the field trying to chase down the Lopes. An excellent strike line. I believe Malia Stewart on the far side wing. GCU inside of the Cal 22. Time up on the clock, so the next stoppage will mean the end of the half. Again, the timing on defense, this time from Sydney Yasukochi. The maul is on. Bodies are down. The maul is over. Some pointing here and there, but open play is playing on. Cal aligning their defense. Again, not wanting to give up any holes or gaps. Janice Dykes is there, supported by Samantha Garcia. Poole finds Faith Lauer. GCU working the ball to this left side. Dykes again, supported by Williams. Poole finds Zariah Fa'opaiga. Atlee Boyd. We see Sofia Rico pointing to the right side. She wants the ball going the opposite way. Amaya De La Cruz. There's a potential for 3-on-1. Angel Lucero cuts back inside to Cal traffic. She had the support towards the outside. You have got to communicate when the play is on. Janice Dykes. Atlee Boyd. And again, this Cal defense holding strong. GCU inching their way towards the goal line, but Cal not making it easy. And I spoke too soon. GCU looks to have dived over with Angel Lucero, a tall outside center. So GCU is going to end the half, keeping the ball alive with the penalty play and going through multiple phases inside of the 22, 12-7 with a conversion attempt to come. This will be Samantha Garcia lining up for the extras. The Lopes finally able to wear down this Golden Bears defense. Strong hands and strong runs as Cal was coming up strong with their defensive line, taking away the space, looking for a mistake or a miscue. In this case, the Lopes were able to execute precision possession. The conversion is missed. The score 12-7 at the half. GCU leading Cal.
We'll be back with the second half of action in just 10 minutes. Coming up after this is your D1 CRAA championship match for the Western region. We'll see host Stanford University taking on defending national champions BYU. Stay tuned for more. Back for the second half of action. This is GCU kicking off to the Cal Golden Bears. The Lopes with a try to round out the first half. It was Cal that had scored first in the contest. Back and forth action. GCU currently leading 12-7. Both teams on their second day of action after competing in the semifinals yesterday. This is the third place consolation match for the D1 CRAA West Regional. I am Liz Entwistle here at Stanford University. Back and forth action, and here is Cal through the hands of Tamea Ryan. These teams have been fairly evenly matched in terms of their physicality. Both teams have some stunning strike runners in their centers, good support in their forwards. We've seen Cal's number 4 and number 5, Grace Talty and May Lauritsen all over the field, but they have been equaled with the powerful runs by both Cynthia Fenoy-Moana and Savannah McLothan for the Lopes. We have had quite a few trips by the trainers onto the field, so we'll keep you aware of any player substitution and interchanges. Right now on the action on the field, it's Athena Lewis finds Balabit, supported by PJ Huang. Ryan stepping in at the scrum half position. We'll see if this is a permanent change as well. Towards the end of the first half, Cal scrum half Angie Martinez had a fantastic break up the middle, nearly scoring the try to put Cal ahead, and instead had to come off after trainer evaluation. So adjustments on the Golden Bear side. GCU going through phases of play. We've seen excellent play out of their opposing scrum half, Caitlin Poole, all weekend long. This has freed up Amaya De La Cruz to wear the number 10 jersey, and there's De La Cruz in action. She gets the offload to Eliza Edgoya in the number 22. So it looks like at least one sub in the forward pack for the Lopes. Advantage being shown to GCU. De La Cruz found Edgoya again, and this set up the line break. The Lopes on the go, striding it out to the goal line and over, trotted down. GCU adding to their lead. Back-to-back tries within the span of 3 minutes, ending the first half and opening the second. GCU taking a 17-7 lead. We have Samantha Garcia for the conversion and the extras. Angel Lucero getting a few hugs. Might nominate her as the try scorer. Couldn't quite see with the angle towards the outside. It was good heads-up play and quick distribution. Again, we'll speak the praises of Caitlin Poole and that number 9 jersey for GCU, the shiftiness of De La Cruz at number 10. And we saw a couple of great strike lines run by Eliza Edgoya, making the most of her minutes, coming on as a replacement player. Garcia. Has the distance, the height, and the accuracy. Garcia adds another 2 to her tally. 19-7, the Lopes lead. 36.5 minutes left to play here in the second half. Cal advancing their way towards midfield for the restart. And the ball back into the playing enclosure. See Captain May Lauritsen in the number 5 jersey taking on the kicking duties. Nudges it about 15 meters downfield, targets Callier. Callier hands are sure. They've cleaned up that kick receipt that plagued the Lopes a bit in yesterday's match against the Stanford Cardinal. Poole, the quick hands. Lucero takes it forward, stopped quickly by the Bears' defense. Here's De La Cruz. Again to Edgoya. Coming in as an impact sub and a first receiver off a lot of these rucks. Callier on the far sideline. De La Cruz to Janice Dykes. Dykes keeping her feet, driving downfield, getting the extra meters. Cal realigning their defense. Off the hands of GCU, advantage being shown to Cal. No advantage gained, no change in possession. Scrum to the Golden Bears. Women's college rugby is not the only women's rugby that was in action this weekend. We saw the World Series Sevens Challenge Series take place. South Africa earned their way onto the World Series, an automatic berth when it comes to the Women's Sevens Core Series status, 12 teams that compete, equaling 12 in the Olympics. The men's 7 series will be contracting to 12 teams next year as well. Tonga had dominant performances, a 33-0 win in their semifinal, winning their final, and now they advance to a play-in Challenger Series against the bottom 3 teams from the current men's core team status. We saw some changes with England, Scotland, and Wales combining to perform as Team GB on the series as well. So keep a heads up on that, as this is an Olympic qualifying year, and there are a few players out on the field hoping to put themselves into the pool for future Olympic Games. Mahia Ellis takes the ball forward for Cal. She is tackled well by GCU. Cal setting up a classic wedge. They've got options to the right and the left, steep and deep on the field. Takes it to the left-hand side. We see the attempt at the intercept from Samantha Garcia. She holds her hands behind her. High risk, high reward. Cal able to make up the space, and look at this offload. Yasukochi on the run for the Golden Bears. Cal hoping for a quick distribution to take advantage of some of the transition play. Instead, the ball is slow out. A low pass off the foot. The pressure from GCU creating some creative opportunities for the Golden Bears on the field. Creating opportunities again is Eliza Edgoya in that 22 jersey for GCU. We see her as a front runner in most of these forward pods for the Lopes. Angel Lucero taken down, play on, says our referee. Pool there. GCU's got numbers on this near sideline. Garcia takes it in herself. She's got 4 or 5 Lopes towards the outside, and that buys just enough time on the contact where Cal is able to realign, forcing the slow play out of the ruck. De La Cruz taking the ball into contact, advantage being shown to the Lopes. Offsides being emphasized by our referee. Atlee Boyd taking the ball going forward. And now we see the strike line run by Janice Dykes, but she is stopped in her tracks. She's run some hard meters all game long. Cal knows to read it now. Here's Samantha Garcia. Garcia cutting back inside. She evades the tackle attempt by May Lauritsen. Garcia still on the go. Met by met by Llewellyn Bales. Stewart, the opposite 11 for the Lopes. Lopes still on the go. Angel Lucero lowers her head. She's fighting for the hard yards going forward. Held up in the tackle. A couple of bodies on the floor. We'll be back after trainer evaluations. will resume play with a scrum inside of the Golden Bears 22. With the extra time in the first half and stoppages here in the second, we have gotten confirmation that the women's D1 match for Stanford and BYU is going to be pushed back to 3:15. We've got 32 minutes left to play here in this consolation final. And it's going to be GCU and put in on the scrum, split with their backs. An option to go to De La Cruz on the left, Angel Lucero on the right, or Chloe Williams could just pick and go herself. What an asset this freshman has been. Angel Lucero splits the gap, adds another 5 to the Lopes lead, 24-7, with 31.5 minutes left to play. Look to Samantha Garcia for the extras. So the depth of rosters, key in these two-day events. We were used to seeing in the past where teams were able to nominate 28 players for the 2 days of action, limiting the roster each day to 23. Haven't seen any teams travel with such a robust amount of women to the tournament this weekend. BYU did have a couple of players that they withheld from action yesterday that will be taking the field today, but still, again, not quite as many players as we get, say, in a World Cup. Samantha Garcia lining up the kick. 3 steps back and 2 steps over on the approach. The system works. 26-7 the lead for Grand Canyon University with 30 minutes and 30 seconds left to play here in the second half. So we have a quick chat. Scrum half Caitlin Poole and Captain Soleo having a word with the referee, either trying to get some clarity on some of the action, perhaps some insight into some of the offsides calls. Making adjustments to how the referee is calling the game and ensuring that we have solid rugby being played. The Golden Bears on the restart. This is going to be Lauritsen again. About the same space as before, a little extra height and distance so it doesn't go straight to Callier. Bouncing behind, the Lopes able to recover. Look to be Zariah Fa'opega. The Lopes have numbers to the outside. Garcia cuts back in. The numbers are there. We see the pointing from De La Cruz. She wants her backs aligned. Cal is able to recollect their defense. And Atlee Boyd splits them all the same. A solid run from the number 7. Again, another rookie to the game, De La Cruz. Advantage being shown to GCU. A little high on the contact. Advantage still through possession. The ball offloaded forward from Boyd to Poole, but we will go back to the earlier infringement. And a few players, again, trainer evaluations. 2 days playing in the California heat. We got a stoppage on the field. And cheers from the Lopes. Coming on, number 19, Lauren Campbell. We saw her at number 8 in last year's playoff series. She was a crossover to rugby from the sport of softball. A tall target when it comes to the lineouts. We still have a player being evaluated on the far sideline, and looks like our referee is trying to resume action. GCU setting up for the penalty. Garcia coming over. And it does appear that Zariah Fa'opega is being escorted off of the field. So a couple of changes in the dynamics of the forward set. Fielded well by fullback Balabit. And the Golden Bears with an opportunity to counter. A couple of their substitutes coming on as well. Number 22, Luciana Benzan. Takes it into contact. and gives up possession. So now it is the Lopes with a chance to counter. Faith Lauer able to recover after the ball off of the fingertips. And now it is GCU on the attack. Cutting in from the far sideline, taking space, looking for support. GCU still on the go inside of the Cal Bears 22 again. Eliza Igoya. Lopes going through another phase of play with a carry by Angel Lucero. Looking towards the outside, Malia Stewart. A lot of bodies around the ball. We'll see if it can get presented. The ball must be playable. We see a bit of forward progress on the maul, so near the goal line. Golden Bears again with a stop, able to drive back this Lopes attack. De La Cruz looking to distribute wide at Lee Boyd. The pass is forward. The Golden Bears defense maintains their strength inside of the 22, a scrum to come. This has been a space we've seen quite a few free kicks awarded. We did see one very strong counter earlier in the game. So want to make sure that our props are binding and the hookers are striking appropriately once the ball is in. Cannot go early on the drive either. And cannot whip the scrum. Can't see a wheel more than 90 degrees. Athena Lewis is stepping into the scrum half position wearing the number 10 jersey for Cal. So it looks as though Lauritsen in the number 5 may be the first receiver. So the lock fly half with a kick downfield, bouncing its way outside of the 22. GCU recovers Samantha Garcia. She's got Chloe Garriol on the outside. Gets the pop off the ground. Clariol, great timing and great field position there. A hard whistle blown. And we've got a conference with our referee and the captains. Stop the clock. Garcia and Soleo having a word. So very much getting some clarity and some instruction. Earlier when we saw Soleo and Poole having that chat, we saw the scrum half just wanting to make sure that he knew she was playing cleanly. Heard that verbalized from the field. We do have a penalty to Cal. I imagine with this many stoppages and this many conferences that we would see a card for persistent infringement if these penalties continue. Otherwise, play has been disrupted quite a lot in this second half of action. We still have 25 minutes, 25 seconds to go. It's going to be a line out to Cal, about 37 meters from their defensive goal line. We now see Risa Tinsley Green on the throw. We'll see if we can get eyes on Tamea Ryan on the field in the number 8 jersey. She may be slotting into the outside center position. The ball off of the top. May Lauritsen finds Yasukochi. Lewis. Benzan is stripped by Callier. The ball available. Clean play. Heads up play by the Lopes prop. Janice Dykes takes the contact. De La Cruz signaling for what she wants. Marshalling her backs. Numbers to the left side. Edgoya. We see a big pod of GCU forwards out to the right side. They opt to go to the left. De La Cruz. Angel Lucero. Lucero again with the leg drive, powering through, making it difficult to tackle. She eventually brought down by her opposite, Kathleen Hilgen. Edgoya, a bit of a misconnection. Lopes recover. Poole under pressure. Hilgen again on the tackle. Really stepping in nicely to this outside center position. Started at the wing yesterday. Lopes numbers to the right. It is a blizzard of white jerseys. De La Cruz finds Egoya. Chloe Williams. Williams brought down. Number still to the right for GCU. You see Garcia set up as a first receiver option to the left. It does go to De La Cruz. Atlee Boyd. Lauren Campbell now in the number 19 jersey. Janice Dykes there for the ruck. GCU maintaining possession. Boyd again. Textbook placement back towards her team, fighting for the ability to maintain possession. Edgoya again. Lucero. Met by Hulgan, able to break the tackle. Lewis is there. Lucero is brought down, and now we see another opportunity for GCU to go to the left. Garcia is there. We see the launch by her opposite, not able to connect, not able to make the contact. Eventually, GCU brought down, going to the right. Edgoya. Tackled by her opposite 22, Benzan. GCU going quick out to the right. Atlee Boyd is there. She had a bit of an angle going in to start. Might have been able to split that gap. Instead, she cuts back into traffic. The Golden Bears spending a lot of energy upon this defensive stance. Whistle is blown. And it looks like we're moving to a mark. And bringing the trainer out again. So trainers are off. We have the penalty on the field. Garcia lining up for the kick. I do not know why the tee holder is still on the field, because now GCU has 16 athletes there. This is not a situation where she is allowed to be there. If she misses the kick, it is going to be open play. Fortunately, the kick is good. GCU is going to extend their lead by another 3 points, 29-7, 21 minutes and 30 seconds to go here in the second half. So we have time for another restart for the Golden Bears, kicking off to GCU. They've played a lot of defense inside of their 22 this half. They've done well to minimize the GCU attack. GCU was leading 12-7 at the half, putting out another 17 points. GCU has been so patient through so many phases of play. They've got so many weapons when it comes to their strike runners. They've done well securing their own rucks as well, drawing some of these penalties that have provided additional opportunities, going deep to the bench as well. Both teams getting all of their players valuable minutes, learning how to play playoff rugby. Day 2, such an important skill to have, to be able to go for 80 minutes and 80 minutes yet again. GCU will be able to draw on this as they go on to their 7th season. We do have some other at-large berths still in the works when it comes to the CRAA D1 and D2 matches taking place the weekend after in Dallas. Kickoff here from Lauritsen. Fielded cleanly by Edgoya. Cal put in a good position to defend and set their wall as well with these shorter kicks. De La Cruz looking for Atlee Boyd. Atlee Boyd just outruns the ball. The play on, says our referee. Samantha Garcia tied up in the tackle. GCU there quick with support. Caitlin Poole sees the space to run, gets another 5 meters going forward. De La Cruz stepping into that ruck half position. Lucero. Out to Williams, out to Edgoya. Edgoya just crosses halfway line. Lucero again in the first receiver position. Callier on the go. And out towards the far sideline, and Malia Stewart. Bit of a spin move allowing for the switch in the middle of the field at Goya. Campbell out to Garcia. Garcia, contact is made by Llewellyn Bales. Sophia Rico, she's got Chloe Gariel on the outside. Gariel cuts back in, ensuring that the sideline doesn't make that tackle. We saw an attempt at the counter ruck out of Cal. The acknowledgement by Lauritsen. Smart heads up play. The ball thrown forward. We're going to have a scrum to the Golden Bears. 18 minutes and 51 seconds left in the match. Time is off. I think this is going to be our 2-minute water break. Looks like a couple of player changes coming onto the field to round out the game. Entering the field, Bianca Curtis. Correction. That's number 17, Maya Little. Coming in for GCU. We'll get the updates on the Golden Bears changes as we go into this final quarter. We'll be back in 2 minutes. We've got 18 minutes and 46 seconds to determine who the third place finisher is here at the CRAA Division I Women's Regional. We're resuming play with a scrum after the water break. Again, field conditions, the sunshine out, 2 days of play. Hit the 80s yesterday. It was forecasted at 77 today, but again, 2 days of rugby is a lot of rugby to be played, especially in playoff action. So resuming the scrum to Cal. Athena Lewis with the put-in. I think the story of the game is Angie Martinez for Cal having to come off after nearly scoring a try. And instead, GCU was able to score at the end of the first half. They opened up the second half of scoring as well. So we've had waves of replacements coming on for both teams. GCU finding to go forward through Danielle Saleo. I believe she's played every minute of both of the games so far. Malia Stewart round the outside. Malia Stewart looking to take the corner. Malia Stewart is going to do it. So Stewart from outside of the 22 darts down the sideline, cuts her way back in, uses a little bit of a change of pace and the change of the angle, and adds to the Lopes lead 34-7. And that was off of the Cal scrum. So GCU able to make the most of the possession. And different from some of their earlier tries, we've seen them play inside of Cal's 22 for so long through multiple phases of play. Now we get to see them play a little bit more open space, something this team has been so skilled at during their conference play and in the game of sevens as well. Garcia lining up the conversion again. 17 minutes, 22 seconds to play. Gets under the ball and loses some of the distance and the height on it. The score will remain 34-7. Clock is winding down. 16 minutes, 35 seconds left to play. Would have loved to see these both teams be able to match up at full strength. GCU has been playing without Bianca Curtis today, who had been their leading try scorer, their leading point scorer last year, the attack player of the year. She came off the bench in yesterday's action. We've seen a few players rotate in and out with injuries as well. Was looking forward to a battle, though. The battle of the inside centers this weekend, the outside centers this weekend, has been spot on. The pairing at BYU, phenomenal. The starting pairing when it comes to GCU, phenomenal. We've seen the step up of Samantha Garcia in at number 12, pairing nicely with Angel Lucero. And again with Cal, losing Mariah Overby, a talented young freshman, has impacted their style of play today. We've seen so many players fill in different roles from their normal starting positions. But that combo of Overby and Mango at 12 and 13 has been a delight to watch all season long. We've seen Kathleen Hilgen in the 13 jersey really step it up as she paired outside of Mango, and now Hilgen going in at flanker. We see prop Ruby Sartain Miller also coming in at flank. I believe this moves Yasukochi in the number 6 jersey to number 8. Lined up at first receiver, Dorothy Mao. So almost a wholesale change when it comes to the Cal back line. Athena Lewis in the number 10 jersey slotted in to play scrum half. There is a substitute on the far side wing. So I think the only remaining player in her regular position as we started the game is Llewellyn Bales here in the number 11 and the number 15 also Maddie Bolibet. Cal on the front foot. Cal with some go forward, a spark of energy here. So all these changes, but the love of the game remains the same. Knocked on by GCU. We should have a scrum to the Golden Bears. 5 meters from the goal line. 14 minutes, 40 seconds left to play. So one of the rarer backlines you'll see have 10 at scrum half to 20 to 14 to 21, 15, and 11. And we'll get confirmation of the player on the far sideline as well. We see the pick and go by Yasukochi in the number 6 jersey playing at the number 8 position, supported by Athena Lewis. Hilgen is there as another flanker. And now some good go forward out of the Golden Bears. An excellent tackle by Samantha Garcia preventing the try. The ball is out. But a penalty to the Golden Bears on the high tackle and the high contact made from GCU. The referee setting the mark. The option here to set a play, could tap and go, could kick for a line out, can opt for the scrum. They opt for the forward play. Yasukochi with the go forward, supported by Mahia Ellis. Mao finds Grace Talty. The drive is there over the line. Now it's just a matter of getting the ball down for the try. GCU doing all they can to hold it up. We saw that happen several times before. The try is awarded. Cal with a full team effort. I think there were 13 people in that mall. They get the job done. 34-12 is a score with a conversion to come. So the play call there on the penalty, using the forwards, setting up a pod. And taking into contact GCU, a strong team. So it does take 13 Golden Bears. The Bears are mauling, scoring a try. GCU, they're going to reconnect their team that knows how to calm their energy levels and how to connect again with each other. And that far side wing for the Golden Bears that entered the field of play was Kirsten Stepanski, so number 19 as the opposing wing. I believe that GCU has gone through most of their subs. We'll see if we get an appearance from Sydney Willis in the number 23 jersey. And then Bianca Curtis, again, who is a stud of a player wearing the number 18, was being evaluated and withheld just because of a nagging shoulder injury. So it's a question of if she was needed on the field today. Her teammates have put up quite the performance, currently leading 34-12, 11 minutes, 46 seconds left to go. And just a reminder that that D1 final between BYU and Stanford will be delayed in kickoff due to the amount of time this game has taken to play. So we'll have a bit of a break when this game winds down. Should be about 15 minutes before that final begins. GCU checking the alignment, ensuring that all athletes are behind the kicker. Now they're able to chase from an onside position. Saleo gets the ball back, bounces nearly into the hands of Boyd. Cal able to recover. Grace Talty with the ball in hand, gets the placement. Hilligan steps in, finds Athena Lewis. Lewis fighting her way. That is a tough fight against Eliza Agoya. Benzan. Cal playing from the 22. The ball is just in front, so not opting for the kick. Hilligan takes the contact. Some space towards the far sideline if the Bears can get the ball there. GCU quick to realign. Obstruction is called. Penalty to GCU. 34-12 the mark. We did see Garcia kick a penalty earlier. We'll see if we repeat that feat. And it looks like the Lopes are going to opt for the scrum. Getting a little bit loopy here in the commentary booth. Thanks to the unofficial sponsor of Stanford University Rugby, Koopa Cafe, supplying all the coaching staff, the athletic trainers, and yours truly with heaps of coffee. GCU sat on the scrum, split with their backs. Amaya De La Cruz straight back. She's got options to the right in the forms of Sophia Rico, Maya Littell in the number 17 jersey. Out to the left, Lucero. Looks like Malia Stewart has been substituted off as well. She had a burner of a try earlier. Finally getting the distance out of the wing, going about 40 meters over the line. An excellent scrum by GCU, picked by Chloe Williams in the number 8 jersey. Lucero towards the outside. Cal coming over. The footsteps do the defense. But a penalty to GCU, something the referee did not care for on the scrum. So back 10 for the Golden Bears. GCU looking to go up by another 5-7. 8 minutes and 50 seconds remain on the clock. 34-12 the score. So Bianca Curtis does get some final minutes here. The end of the second half, kicks to touch there in the number 18 jersey. Janice Dykes on the throw. 5 in the line out. Forwards inserted into the back line for GCU. Cal setting up flat defense, shading all of their defenders inside of the goal post. We had an advantage arm shown to Cal. Knock on by GCU. It'll be a scrum to Cal inside of their 22. Into the final 8 minutes here of the second half. GCU 4 flat with their backs in defense, dropping back the fullback and other wing to counter against the potential clearance kick. Advantage being shown to Cal, the scrum wheeling. Scrum goes down. Penalty is awarded. See the tap by Cal. Lewis on the go, taken down by GCU. Cal's got numbers towards the near sideline. Looking at the distribution, the attempt at the quick pass is disrupted by GCU, punishing defense and could go forward. Angel Lucero is there. GCU looking for the poach. Penalty awarded to the Golden Bears. Keep our feet, cannot dive over in the ruck. So Cal with a penalty, 5 meters from their own goal line. We see the tap on the ground. The carry by the Golden Bears forwards, and now a bit of a clearing kick off the boot of Dorothy Mao. Stepped in as a substitute in the backs. High contact is made. Advantage being shown to GCU. They've got numbers to the right side. Got a lot of numbers to the right side. De La Cruz. And here's Sofia Rico. Sofia Rico with some space to run. She evades one Cal defender, evades another, dives over the line. Sofia Rico. So GCU able to make use of waves of attack, showing some different space. We saw the dummy run, the pass behind. Nothing that was obstruction, though. Just good timing on their play and able to execute. Rico, the fullback, extends the lead 39-12. Inside of 6 minutes remaining in the half. So tough situations with the Golden Bears playing much of this half from inside of their 22. And GCU able to extend what was a 12-7 halftime lead, opening up with another 27 points so far here in the second half. Curtis lining up the conversion. Well struck, got a tad underneath it, so the kick falls wide to the right. Score remains 39-12, 4 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Golden Bears realigning for this final period of play. Athena Lewis lining up for the restart. GCU back in waves. We see 5 across the front, 4 across the middle, and 6 across the back. Various kickers. And we've seen this area about 12, 13 meters downfield, targeted many times over. Elisa Goya able to corral the ball. Takes contact. The Golden Bears setting their defensive line. The width is there if GCU can use it. They're not going to need to right now, though. A gorgeous run down the middle of the field for Sydney Willis. We're going to go back to offsides. Penalty to GCU, about 5 meters past the half mark. 3 minutes and 18 seconds left to play. Bianca Curtis coming forward for the ball. Would anticipate a kick to touch. Janice Dykes is moving her way over to the far sideline, or at least to the middle of the field. We see Sofia Rico and Maya Littell, 17 and 15. Remaining towards this near sideline for their eventual backs realignment. The kick to touch finds its mark. Line out to the Lopes. Five in the lineout. Dykes on the throw. The Golden Bears with a disruption. But it looks like GCU may have recovered. So Dykes cleaning up that 5 meter channel. Atlee Boyd with the carry. And we've got about 30 meters of depth from the first receiver of the Lopes all the way out to Littell here on the wing. Back inside to Lucero. Lucero breaks the line. Lucero is able to break another tackle. Finally taken down. The Lopes realigning to the right. De La Cruz finds Sofia Rico. Rico with a try earlier. She's looking to repeat. This time the ball tied up by the Golden Bears. Lucero finds Chloe Williams in the number 8 jersey. Williams has the numbers outside. Williams is going to do it with the stiff arms. Chloe Williams adds another 5 points for the Lopes with 90 seconds left to go. Clock out at about 1:35 as she scored. So we'll see how much time is taken with the kick and if we're going to have one final play. 44-12 the score, pending the conversion attempt. Bianca Curtis with the ball in hand. Well struck on the kick. It finds its target, and that is the game. Grand Canyon University defeating University of California, Berkeley, 46-12 here in the Women's CRAA Division I Consolation Final. So third place in the West Division goes to the Lopes, fourth place to the Golden Bears. This is a Cal program on the rise, excelling through the course of conference play this season, winning the crossover battles, taking the Pacific Mountain Conference number 2 seed into the playoffs. GCU, similarly the number 2 seed out of the Pacific Desert Conference. They've narrowed the gap against Brigham Young University in conference play. A lot to build for. GCU will be in action again in Texas for the Sevens. Cannot wait to see what they can do with more space. This is a team that has some pace to run and some solid size on the field. Congratulations to Coach Lindsay Mahoney and her staff. Well done to Katie Chow and the Golden Bears. I am Liz Entwistle, and we will be back with the Division I West Final. Brigham Young University, the defending national champions, taking on host Stanford University with 5 national championships to their name, 1 at the D2 level, 4 at the D1 level, heaps of Final Four performances. Both teams producing players in the USA 7s and 15s player pool. So much to watch for here, developing women's rugby. You can't ask for much more. Good afternoon and welcome to the Stuber Rugby Stadium here at Stanford University. I am Liz Entwistle and we are here with the Women's Division I CRAA West Final. Brigham Young University, the defending two-time national champions, kicking off to Stanford, and Alicia Service taking the ball on the fly. Two storied programs when it comes to the history of women's college rugby here in the United States. BYU's been around since 1999. 2015, they gained extramural status with the university, and they won the D1 National Championship in 2019 and in 2022. There were breaks in 2020 and 21 due to the pandemic. They're hoping to get their third straight appearance in the national final. Stanford University has been a 5-time national champion, one at the Division II level, 4 times at the Division I level. Several appearances when it comes to the Final Four. We've seen Eagles from both programs. BYU, most well known, probably Jordan Gray-Mattias, an Olympian, a women's 15s player, and Rachel Strastas is trying to echo in her footsteps, has seen times with Falcon 7s on development tours, playing in the PR 7s as well, a recent alumna of the program. We do have an injury on the field, so we'll take a moment to go down our lineups for the weekend. So we have a word here from Captain Kat Stowers in the number 12 jersey for BYU. She is paired in the centers with Michaela Comer, the leading try scorer in yesterday's match, a dynamic duo for sure. Across the scrum for BYU in the number 1 jersey, we have Cami Hartrick, Alyssa Erickson in number 2. She was wearing number 16 yesterday. Aubrey Robinette in the number 3. Ashlyn Westora in the number 4. Annalise Curtis pairing with her in the locks. Bailey Ballard in the number 6 jersey. Boots Aspinall, a player to watch, a defensive presence, a hard hitter, and a strong ball carrier in the number 7 jersey. Roxy Penaloza wearing the number 8. Kaylin Hershey is going to be manning the number 9 jersey. She was a standout in last year's conference championships and regional event. Wearing the number 10, we have Ku'ule Uluave. 11, Natalie Marooney. 12, Kat Stowers, like we mentioned. Michaela Comer in the 13, Gabby Meyer, 14. And coming onto the field after being rested in yesterday's action, number 15, Taco Morissette. For Stanford University in the Cardinal, number 1, Helen Moore. 2, Kayla Werner. 3, Valessa Onaha. And Vanessa and Kayla, both try scorers in yesterday's match, a win over GCU. Number 4 and number 5, a pair of rookies in the lock positions, Zoe Colorado Mansfield and Ellie McKay. Ellie McKay taking kicking duties for the Cardinal. Alicia Service in the number 6 jersey fielded that opening kickoff. Sid Davis in the number 7. Mejia Wilhelm in the number 8, another powerful runner. Number 9, Leilani Mendoza, the most experienced veteran on the field when it comes to Stanford University rugby. 12 years of experience coming out of South Bay Youth and the Belmont Shore Youth programs down in Southern California. Fly half Laura Bosick. Elisa Villiers in the number 11 jersey. Madison Quigg and Gabby Mesa pairing in the centers, 12 and 13 respectively. Journey Washington High, 14 jersey. And number 15, Sydney Hsu, a veteran of Princeton University rugby, here for postgraduate work. Play is going to resume. We are 1 minute off the clock so far. Keep an eye on this scrum half battle. Hershey and Mendoza, 2 very experienced, very capable players. The scrum goes to ground, will reset. Worth noting that Kayla Werner in the number 2 jersey for Stanford University started out as a center, moved her way into the number 6 jersey for a bit. She is a hooker that will find herself all over the field. Capable hands. Cami Hartrick in the number 1 jersey for BYU, certainly a player to watch. Another powerful runner nominated as one of the players of action by BYU head coach Jared Whippy. Hershey at the back of the scrum. Takes a while to come out, but when it does, finds Ku'ule Uluave. Stowers finds Taco Morissette inserting. A punishing tackle from Laura Bosick. BYU knocks on in contact. Scrum to the Cardinal. This is a BYU team that has some experience. Again, Kat Stowers is their most senior veteran player in terms of action. She has played since the 8th grade. We've seen her play representative rugby with the Utah Cannibals, the Utah Lions. Had her on one of our Stars Rugby Sevens tours as well. We also see veteran experience out of Taco Morissette, 8 years as well. Her sister, Mata Morissette, a fly half, a stellar player in last year's matches. Taco was the player of the game in the first BYU win against GCU last year in last year's finals. And then keep an eye on as well, Alyssa Erickson in the number 2 jersey for BYU has been playing for over 7 years. Boots Aspinall as well. The remainder of the team, mostly players with 1 to 2 years of experience. 17 out of the 23 players nominated to the Stanford University roster in their first or second year of rugby. So high-level play here at the women's D1 level. The ball in the scrum. Leilani Mendoza at the back. Quite a battle at the scrum. Referee's hands up in the air. Knocked on. Mendoza thought there was a penalty awarded, but no, we have a short arm penalty. So not the knock-on, but rather an early drive. So Leilani Mendoza had the idea to tap and go. The referee wasn't ready for play to resume yet. She finds Vanessa Onaha. Onaha, a prop out of St. Louis, Missouri. Again, a try scorer, a strong carrier yesterday. Madison Quigg, native of Bermuda, a Rhodes Scholar here at Stanford. The ruck cleared by Sid Davis. Gabby Mesa out to Kayla Werner. Again, a hooker that will often find herself in the back line. The ruck secured by Sydney Shue. BYU sees an opportunity to counter. The ball is out. Here is Morissette on this near sideline. Mendoza going for the jackal. The counter ruck is on, so she backs off. Roxy Penaloza and the number 8. And a solid run here by Annalise Curtis. Hershey distributing off the back. Stowers finds Comer. Comer taken down by Sid Davis. Great read. Play resumes on the far side of the field. Kat Stowers is able to get a line break. Stowers, she breaks the line, she breaks the tackle, wins the battle with Shue, and Stowers strikes first for Brigham Young University, going up by a mark of 5-0. Five minutes here into the opening half of play. Overall, this is a BYU program used to finding the end goal. Their home record, 155 wins, 7 losses, 1 tie. Overall, 240, 32, and 1 in the history of the program for a winning percentage of 88.27%. They are a team that does focus on the game of 15s. We do play Friday and Saturday for the playoffs here in the Western Regional. Several players on this BYU team will serve their missions, so enroll in the university, play, take a break, and come back. Serving both domestically and abroad. Stowers was one such player. The conversion kick is good off of the boot of Comer. 7-0 our score, 5 minutes into this opening half of play. Again, touched on the history of the Stanford University team. The men's team started playing regular rugby in 1906, did play as early as 1891. The women's team has been in existence since 1977. That was a team that featured astronaut Sally Ride. Later editions of Stanford University rugby featured recent astronaut Jess Watkins, who's also seen action with the USA Eagles national teams. One of several Eagles to come from this Stanford University squad. Ellie McKay on the restart. The rookie second row, a gorgeous strike. Sid Davis there quick on the tackle. So well targeted on the kick, well fielded by BYU. And BYU in possession looking for a line break. Laura Bosick getting in on the double tackle with McKay. Stanford aligning their defense. Stowers, numbers here to the near sideline. Comer on the fly. We see Shue, Mendoza, and Washington High in pursuit for Stanford. The tackle is made. BYU quick to reset. We see the strike lines run by the forwards. It goes behind the back to Uluave at the fly half position. Sid Davis able to corral the ball off of the ground. Stanford with a key turnover. Quigg. And the penalty is called. Mendoza with a quick tap. Such heads-up play out of the scrum half. Another penalty is awarded to the Cardinal. So after pushing the pace on the first quick tap, now going to play with the tempo and slow it down. Ellie McKay lining up for the kick to touch. Finds about 15 meters downfield. Line out to the Cardinal, 30 meters from the goal line. We expect to see several
5-person lineouts. As we saw in yesterday's semifinal matches, it was a victory for BYU 64-0 over University of California, Berkeley. Stanford University victorious over Grand Canyon University, avenging a narrow loss in last year's semifinal. A Stanford team that went undefeated in conference play this season, got a few tests in the game of sevens with some scrimmages against Cal Berkeley. This BYU team suffered one loss in college rugby action to Central Washington University. They did lose to their alumni in their spring edition of the match, but we're grateful to get that after having a string of 4 conference forfeits. BYU, though, showing off fine form, and look at this burst of speed. Going over the line is fullback Taco Morissette in the number 15 jersey. So BYU able to make the most out of the disrupted play off of the line out and going back 70 meters in the other direction, extending their lead 12-0. We are 8 minutes into the first half. The winner of today's match will advance to Houston on May 6th to take on the winner of the East Regional Final. Those games being contested today and tomorrow. University of Virginia does have a bye in their first round match. They wait for the winners of the East semifinal. University of Central Florida unfortunately did have to withdraw from the playoffs. So UVA will take on the winner of NC State against University of Florida. UVA did win the East region last year. They declined their spot in the national championships, rather focusing funding and allocations towards player development. They went on a spring break tour abroad and thought resources there, especially with the break and play with the COVID pandemic, would be better served in terms of the longevity of their program. So last year's national championship saw runners-up Virginia Tech playing BYU. That was a rematch of the 2019 championship game. Virginia Tech has opted to now play in the fall CRAA Division I playoffs. So there was both a fall and a spring edition of these contests. The conversion kick is missed. The score remains 12-0. 31 minutes left to play in the first half. Last year, with disrupted COVID pandemic season, Stanford University did still top the Pacific Mountain Rugby Conference, earned their berth into the semifinals. They also earned a berth into the Sevens Nationals, sending a skilled squad out to Kennesaw, Georgia. Both the men's and the women's teams earning a berth, a point of pride in a disjoint year. A deep kickoff. Stowers mishandles it, but able to recover. The ball does not get knocked forward. So play on. BYU on the counter. Stanford with a red wall of defense. BYU with some depth. Kat Stowers off of the boot. Well weighted. You will often see her deploying the kick on the field. The ball bounces into touch just barely off of Journey Washington High. We are going to see a line out to BYU. This is the first year of BYU under the leadership of head coach Jared Whippy. He replaces longtime coach Tom Waka. Jared Whippy, a veteran of BYU rugby himself, a 3-time men's college All-American, 2-time national champion in 2016 and 2017. When it came to Club Sevens, 2014 and 15 with BYU men's 15s. Also a 5-year veteran of Major League Rugby, so imparting his knowledge with the women's program, really relishing this opportunity. Stanford disrupts the line out, and Stanford recovers the ball. Leilani Mendoza finds strong running Mejia Wilhelm, supported quickly by Werner, Quigg, and McKay. Helen Moore takes it in for the maul, and an excellent counter drive by BYU. Again, Cammie Hartrick, such a strong player. Sid Davis out of the air, quickly taken down by BYU. Excellent timing on the tackle by Boots Aspinall. Quickly back to their feet, and BYU with the turnover. The Cougars on the attack towards the left side of the field. Michaela Comer with a rare errant pass. It is rare that you see a mistake out of the hands or the boot of that number 13. The ball thrown forward in the course of play finds itself into touch. Stanford going to opt for the scrum. This Stanford back line led by Leilani Mendoza in the number 9 jersey, Laura Bosick in the number 10. Laura in just her second year of playing here at Stanford University, but did get to spend some time playing abroad. Amongst her international travels was time in Estonia, one of 2 Stanford players playing rugby in Estonia, Annabelle Davis, that unfortunately was unavailable for play this weekend, the other. The ball is in on the scrum. Mendoza from the back
Can't quite leak with Bosick, but Sydney Shu able to recover with a chip downfield. Dangerous play here with Taco Morris at the ball in hand. However, offsides. If you are in front of the kicker, you cannot advance towards making a play unless you are put onside by the kicker or someone else behind them. So Kat Stowers takes the quick tap, finds Cami Hartrick. Cami Hartrick with the spin move. Cami Hartrick looking to do it all over the line, but knocked on. No try awarded. This will be a scrum to Stanford. 12-0, 27 minutes left to play in the first half. Jared Whippy is not alone on the sideline for BYU. He's assisted by former player and college All-American Grace Tora, Alfred Tora as well. Sia Gomez was here last year, so she's at home this weekend alongside assistant coach Kisa Kalugada. Stanford University coached by Rich Ashfield this weekend, assisted by Bitsy Cairns. We have director of rugby Josh Sutcliffe producing all the action here for the live stream. Josh, such an ambassador and a caretaker for the game, wanting to provide opportunities for all athletes. The ball is in on the scrum. Leilani Mendoza lets the ball sit, draws a penalty, and here is another tap and go. Mendoza finds Wilhelm. Wilhelm has some space to run, taking on Stowers, taken down. And a contest at the ruck. Looks like Stanford retaining possession and turning it over. Stowers with the ball. Stanford relying on defense. The hard charge running forward. BYU taking the ball on the front foot, able to recover after the bobble. Stowers to Penalosa. Penalosa knocks on in contact. The ball recovered by number 4, Zoe Colorado Mansfeld. So Stanford with an opportunity in transition. Wilhelm with the leg drive. Wilhelm still going, able to get the good body position. Mendoza with the distribution. Bosick sees the opportunity to chip through. We've got Morissette and Maroney in the backfield. Natalie Maroney trying to get around the outside, and she is stopped. So Stanford's wall of defense doing its job. Cougars attacking through the middle, the power of their forwards. We see Hartrick looking for that ball. Hartrick again, rambling downfield. Laura Bosick able to get a hand on the ball, looking for the strip, settles for the tackle. But a good stop by the Cardinal. Options to the right here for BYU. Stowers flinging it out to Gabby Meyer in the number 14 jersey. Supported by Bailey Ballard in the number 6. Redistributed by Hershey to Stowers. Finds Annalise Curtis. We did see some conversions by Curtis in last year's playoffs as well. So if Comer isn't there, watch for Curtis in the number 5. Uluave out to Morissette, inserting herself into the back line. Boots Aspinall as well. And again, missing the connection. That far side of the field has been a bit of a struggle getting the ball into the hands of Natalie Maroney. So we'll look for adjustments over the course of play. We are just 15 minutes into the game. The knock on by BYU is going to give a scrum to the Cardinal. It's been a good match between both of these forward packs in the scrum contest thus far. Stanford just needs to figure out how to exit. We've seen a couple of kicks, but BYU is so potent with their back 3. It'll be interesting to see the game management and the tactics displayed by both teams. Mendoza on the put-in. BYU 4 flat with their backs, sitting Morissette back as the fullback, and Maroney on the left side wing as well. Stanford fairly flat with their back line. They will show so many different shapes with their setups. Waves of play and options. We look at triangles of support. But right now we see fly half Laura Bosick set up fairly steep off the back of the scrum, inside of the 22. Quick defense by Hershey on Mendoza. Well done by the BYU scrum half. But a penalty awarded to the Cardinal. Offside indicated. McKay with an eye to touch. And the boot to match, line out to the Cardinal, gaining about 12 meters of space downfield. This BYU Cougars program returning many of their starters from last year's championship squad. A couple of shifts, though, again, in the fly half position with Uluave taking over for the graduated Matalasi Morissette. We also see Riho Funiyama, who was in the number 6 jersey last year. Moving on. Bosick. A good line off the top by the Cardinal. Madison Quigg takes the contact. Mendoza finds Colorado Mansfeld. A contest at the ruck. Stanford maintaining possession of the ball. Bosick to Shu. Quick hands by Muir looking for fellow prop Vanessa Onaha, and she is tackled well. Cami Hartrick stopping the forward progress. Gabby Mesa getting the ball, wearing the number 13 jersey. A player that is capable of creating so much from so little. Laura Bosick this time with a lower line drive of a kick, and it's getting a Stanford Cardinal bounce. Look at this coverage, too. The speed of Elisa Vouillet in the number 11 jersey, but BYU wins that collision contest. Kayla Werner wins the tackle contest, taking the Cougars to touch. Earns a line out for the Cardinal. Looks like we have a quick minute on the field. Be a stoppage in time. We have excellent attention to all player welfare by the athletic training staff at Stanford University. It is worth noting that with the 2 days of games, the sun and the heat here in Palo Alto, we will be taking water breaks. Right now, we're getting water on the field. We're at the 21-minute mark of minutes remaining in the half. The normal threshold for the mandatory water break, about 30 degrees Celsius, 86 degrees Fahrenheit. But coaches and programs came together, as well as the guidance of our CRAA West Commissioner, Emily Ogata, and ensuring that we're going to have the best rugby possible played. It is 12-0, the BYU Cougars leading the Stanford Cardinal. Between these two programs in the course of their history, we've got about 40 different Final Four appearances. Both of these teams were part of the inaugural setup with the D1 Elite competition. Right now, that remains with just Life, Lindenwood, Central Washington, and Penn State. But it did start out as an 8-team competition, both Stanford and BYU advancing to Final Fours at that level as well. Kayla Werner on the throw, and it is a beauty. Alicia Service taking it out of the air. And BYU quick to close on defense. They've pushed the Cardinal back inside of their 22 yet again. This blue wall, something to behold. Laura Bosick nudges it through. Goes over the head of Taco Morissette, but Morissette gets it on the bounce. Bosick in the pursuit, but Taco too quick. She is taken down by Gabby Mesa. BYU keeping the ball alive. A bounce back and forth. Stanford able to recover. A heady contest at the ruck. The ball knocked on. Scrummed Cougars. And this is going to be our 2-minute water break. We'll be back with more action and the second quarter here of rugby. We are back after the break. 20 minutes, 32 seconds left to go in the opening half of action. 12-0 BYU leading. BYU's road to the national championship last year again saw themselves playing about 20 games over the course of their season, able to play games against some of the D1 elite teams. Last year, some victories over Central Washington, tight contest with Lindenwood and Life. This year, they have been beset by forfeits. So we're only able to get about 4 conference games under their belts. The last rugby they played, with the exception of that alumni game coming into this weekend, was March 31st when they took on University of Arizona. That was a 152-6 win for the Cougars. So that alumni game was a valuable training tool in preparing for this weekend's action. 64-0 win over Cal yesterday, currently leading 12-0 over Stanford. Stanford was undefeated in conference play in the Pacific Mountain Rugby Conference, maintained their undefeated record through playoff action, crossover games. Got to see Cal Berkeley twice in the regular season, multiple times in sevens, and then again in the overall PMRC championship game. They had crossovers with the Pacific Northwest for seeding purposes. The ball is in and quickly out. Hershey at the scrum. Dowers, the number 12 jersey, on the run. She's got support in Morissette and number 14, Gabby Meyer. And BYU goes over the line. Morissette gets it done, adding to the lead 17-0 with 19 minutes left to go in the first half. Solid scrumming and good distribution, getting it out wide. BYU making the use of space. 70 meters of width here at the Stuber Rugby Stadium. We got Michaela Comer lining up the conversion attempt. Comer about 7 meters from this near touch line, setting up at the 22. Comer's kick falls just short. Score is going to remain 17-0 with 18 minutes left to play. Touched on it before. There was a fall edition of the CRAA Division I Championships. Teams on the West Coast tending to opt for spring competition, whether due to seasonality or being on a quarter system. So favoring the student part of the student athlete experience. The cost of traveling nationwide when it comes to the D1 elite level can be quite high. Those are teams that compete at that level that are recruiting out of the high school level versus teams like BYU and Stanford that are recruiting from on campus only. So some people can easily look at some of the score lines that happen and say, well, why is this team there and not there? They should move up. That is up to the student life experience for these players that are competing. We go back to the action onto the field. There's quite a contest at the breakdown, and it's Stanford again. The quick tap and go by Mendoza. Stanford entering the Cougars 22 for the first time. Vanessa Onaha with the carry. Forward progress is impeded. There is no advantage gained, so we're going back to a second penalty after the Mendoza quick tap. And here she goes again. She has a tap. She has the pause. However, she's going to be brought back. So now looking to set up a penalty play at the 22. Alicia Service taken down by the BYU defense. BYU building a wall, but penalized again. So a few quick penalties against the Cougars. And now Stanford on the front foot at the goal line. Is it a try? Is it held up? Is the ball there? It is a try for the Cardinals. Stanford goes over the line. Number 12, Madison Quigg with the try. The Rhodes Scholar out of Bermuda has seen time in the back row with the forwards, showing off her strength there. Earned the number 12 jersey this weekend. Stanford narrows the deficit 17-5. 16 minutes to play. Ellie McKay is going to line up the conversion attempt. So how about that? Stanford 1 for 1, getting inside of the BYU 22. High efficiency when they had the opportunity for the tries. The heads-up play by Leilani Mendoza with the quick taps, providing the chances for Stanford to draw a penalty and penalty again. Things that BYU will quickly adjust to and clean up. The conversion kick is wide. Score remains 17-5 with 15 minutes, 30 seconds left to play. The crowd picking up in intensity, as does the wind. Still only about 5 to 10 miles an hour here and there. Otherwise, sunny skies in Palo Alto.
I like him.
Good fan engagement here at the Stuber Rugby Stadium. BYU travels with plenty of support. Stanford, the hometown team. Kat Stowers lining up for the kickoff. Nudges it towards the far sideline. Off the hands of service, but backwards it goes. Mejia Wilhelm cleans up the ball. BYU establishing their defensive line. An execution error, but Laura Bosick able to clean up the ball. Prevented from further forward progress. The Cougars counter-rucking, but we see penalty advantage being shown to Stanford. Helen Muir does not get the go forward, so another penalty against BYU, costing them the opportunity to continue their defensive stance in open play. Mendoza with the tap. Mendoza offloads to Vanessa Onaha. Onaha to serve. Service! How about that? Up the middle, service on the go, nearly to midfield, finally brought down by the Cougars. An opportunity here for Stanford in transition. Bosick finds Ellie McKay. McKay stopped with a double tackle by the Cougars. Another penalty to Stanford. 5 in a row. Are we going to see cards? Offside by the Cougars. Leilani Mendoza with the ball in the hand. We have a double whistle on the field. There is a Cougar player down. We will be back as soon as play resumes. Good to see Roxy Penaloza back on her feet, the number 8 from BYU, a key part of their offense. We're going to resume with a penalty to Stanford. So Ellie McKay, 5 meters back from the midway mark. BYU giving 15 meters of space. Kick finds touch, and now Stanford with another attacking opportunity inside the BYU half of the field. It's been difficult for them to get there during the course of open play, but penalties have provided the opportunities, and of course that gorgeous line break by Alicia Service. Again, one of several rookies on this Cardinal squad. Five in the line out, a bit of an overthrow, but corralled by Helen Muir at the back, tackled immediately by BYU. Madison Quigg, the ball lost in contact. And now it's BYU with the launch. Again, Cami Hartrick. Hartrick, hard to stop when she gets that forward momentum. Kat Stowers with a quick tap. Stowers on the go, sits down the Cardinal. Stowers still on her feet. Hartrick there in support. Hartrick the offload to Penalosa. She's got Comer outside Morissette. Gabby Meyer as well. Comer takes it into contact, taken down by Laura Bosick. Hershey to Uluave. Annalise Curtis, tackled by Sid Davis. Uluave again, out to Stowers. Alicia Service with the shoot. She misses the contact, and now Boots Aspinall finds the hole. Those boots are made for try scoring. BYU with another 5 points on the board. 22-5, 12 minutes left to go in the first half. You give BYU an inch, they will take all of the meters they can. We look at where that play originated, deep into their own territory. The penalty by Stowers and the quick tap, eventually getting the offload and the support from Cami Hartrick, moving the ball through the hands towards the near sideline, then out to the far sideline. And Boots with the finish. Comer lining up the conversion attempt. Looking to strike from just inside the 22, about 10 meters from the far sideline. A chip of a kick falls short of the line. 22-5 the score. 10 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in this first half. Each team's showing flashes of speed, flashes of power. BYU taking advantage of the smallest of gaps and able to power the way over the try line. Penalties have created opportunities for the Cardinal. And have to be mindful of that penalty count as the game advances. Meet Ellie McKay on the restart for Stanford. BYU set in a bit of a wedge formation on their kick receipt. We see one up, two shading a little bit back, and then further waves. So about 5 waves of depth on the kick receipt. Off the hands of Taco Morissette. The ball is backwards. And moving forward is number 2, Elisa Erickson. The missed connection is going to give it a scrum to Stanford just outside of the 22. We see props Helen Muir and Vanessa Onaha up at the mark, waiting on hooker Kayla Werner. Stanford with Laura Bosick at the first receiver position, about 8 meters back from the scrum and shading towards the left. Sydney Hsu, an option, up at fullback, shading towards the right. And then we see the stack of Madison Quigg in the 12 jersey and Gabby Mesa 13 immediately behind her. Journey Washington High keeping her with BYU. Matching spacing with their backs. And again, shading their fullback just behind the scrum in case there is a play to either side. Mahia Wilhelm is a strong carry at the number 8. And again, this contest between opposing scrum halves. Hershey has proved a menace on Mendoza in defensive pursuit thus far. Leilani capable and quick with her pass catch. So we see the ball in. There's Wilhelm with the pick. The 8 pop to the 9, coming around the outside. Sydney Hsu fighting her way inside of the 22. Undergrad player from Princeton University here at Stanford for graduate studies. Players have 5 years out of 7 for eligibility and can pursue rugby in their postgraduate careers. She is one of 2 players with Ivy League experience on the Cardinal roster, the other being Sephora Rupert, who played at Harvard. Ellie McKay takes the ball going forward, is quickly brought down by the Cougars. The Cardinal fighting inside the 22. Bosick. She's got Sid Davis to the outside. Bosick hard running and equally met by Boots Aspinall, the number 7 jersey. Penalty again to the Cardinal. Mendoza looking for that quick tap. She would have loved to flit her way into the in goal. An unselfish scrum half too. Leilani often setting up tries, long distance plays, but quick with her distribution. We're having a word, referee, to captains Cami Hartrick and Kat Stowers, again, being mindful of this penalty count. It is increasing as the game is going on. It'd be a bit odd if it decreased, to be fair. BYU getting insight onto these infringements in terms of what they need to improve or avoid. Some concern perhaps about the quick taps, and now a yellow card being shown to Cami Hartrick. This is going to have an impact. That is 10 minutes in the sin bin for the powerful prop. This is going to change the alignment of BYU scrums. This could provide opportunities, not only 15 against 14 in the course of regular play, but we are going to see what this means for the scrum at the moment. I'm assuming that's going to put number 8, Roxy Penaloza, into the front row for BYU. If this is the case, Stanford will have an 8-on-7 advantage in the scrum. It looks like BYU maintaining their backs across the field. So 6 backs still for BYU, plus their scrum half Hershey. Wilhelm with the pick, executing the same plays before, looking for that pop to Mendoza. Shoot is there. Elisa Bouyer on the far sideline. Can't quite get going with the speed, and now a penalty to the Cougars. If you're BYU and you're being mindful of game management, you can take a little bit slower time on these opportunities to kick for touch, trying to wind down the clock and get back to 15 on the field. The 10 minutes on the yellow card will carry over into the second half for as much time as we have, plus any stoppage. Stowers goes deep downfield. The ball crosses the plane of touch at the 22-meter mark. Line out to BYU. 6 minutes remain in the first half. The Cougars leading 22-5. If you're BYU and you can prevent a score while down the yellow card, you're going to come away pretty happy if you can keep the score equal. If you're Stanford, you really want to make something happen while you have this player advantage, especially when the player that is in the sin bin is Cami Hartrick. She is such a presence for the Cougars team. We'll see how her absence affects the lineout as well. We've seen 5 all day, and she has been an active participant. BYU is able to win it off the top. Ashlyn Westora. BYU scrambling to recover. Able to maintain possession. Annalise Curtis charging hard. Brought down by the Cardinal defense. The defense launching again, trying to take away opportunities. Looking for the block kick by Stowers, but she is just too good with the boot. Sydney Hsu is going to field the ball. Hsu taken down by Morissette. BYU quick in support. BYU trying to counter on the ruck. Stanford is there. Laura Bosick is able to evade one tackle. She's got Mejia Wilhelm on the outside. Mejia against Taco Morissette in the number 15 jersey. Takes a couple Cougars out with her. Madison Quigg finds Ellie McKay. Ellie McKay able to offload from contact to Vanessa Onaha. Vanessa powering away downfield, deploying a few stiff arms, gets the forward progress. Mendoza to Hsu. Hsu with the knock on. A chance to get some things going for the Cardinal after the clearing kick by Stowers. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in the first half. So we do see Roxy Penaloza coming into the front row. So BYU without a number 8 at the scrum. It is their put-in. They could move Aspinall into the number 8 position. She is remaining at flanker. We do have another change at the back. I believe that is opposite side flanker, Bailey Ballard. So playing minus their weak side flank at the moment on their own scrum. Hershey on the tap. BYU trying to hold steady. The penalty is called. Stanford was trying to drive. We saw the lock out by BYU. Hershey with the tap on the penalty. Stowers to Comer. Has Morissette and Meyer on the outside. Gabby Mesa finishing the tackle on Morissette. Stanford conceding the ruck. Stowers finds Curtis. 5-on-5 in terms of the battle. Ellie McKay able to make the tackle. Hershey realigning. Finds Penalosa. Bailey Ballard with the carry, fighting her way to midfield. Stowers with the knock on, not often seen from the BYU inside center. We are inside of 3 minutes left to play in the first half. Stanford scrum just past midfield. So again, the 8-on-7 advantage in the scrum for the Cardinal. Aspinall stays as a strong side flanker. They're going to play Ballard at the number 8. So again, opting to move her from the weak side flanker position. BYU leaving the backfield open, not anticipating a kick off the scrum. Mendoza, again menaced by Hershey. Shu taking advantage of all of BYU up, nudges the ball through. BYU able to recover. And an excellent pursuit by Alicia Service in the number 6, stopping the BYU counter attack. What a play, threading the needle, Bailey Ballard. She's created something out of nothing, BYU. And now it is Stanford causing disruption in the BYU catch pass. Driving the back inside the 22. Gabby Mesa with the pressure after Sid Davis before. BYU slowing down the tempo. Patient distribution on the ruck. Advantage being shown. There was high contact made. BYU looking out of sorts, playing out of their 22. It is rare that we see 4 or 5 mishandles by this Cougar team. Something out of the Stanford defense has lit a spark. BYU, though, with an opportunity to settle that, to douse the flame. Stowers lining up for the kick to touch. Shu keeping the ball on field. Shu in the air. The ball. We're getting a word here from our referees. So knocked forward from the plane of touch back into the playing field. Had the ball been knocked backwards, then we would have had play on. That is going to end the half. Dynamic rugby being played from both teams. BYU getting a bit of a break going into halftime. Down 1 player, able to recover after some furious, frantic play by the Stanford defense. But BYU is in the lead 22-5. They have been here before. They are looking to punch their ticket to their 3rd straight national championship. I am Liz Entwistle at the Stuber Rugby Stadium. We will be back for the second half of action here in 10 minutes. We are back for the second half. The Stanford Cardinal in red kicking off from left to right. Across your screen, BYU in kick receipt. The Cougars leading 22-5 here in the second half of the Women's CRAA Division I Championship. There's 3 minutes remaining on the yellow card to BYU prop Cami Hartrick. Making up for her absence on the field is number 8, Roxy Penalosa. A missed connection on the pass. BYU able to recover. Comer outside. We've got Morissette and Gabby Meyer. We see a knock-on scrum to the Cardinal. So 3 minutes left. If you're the Cardinal coach, Rich Ashfield, you have to be hoping that you can get some points on the board while having this advantage. Hartrick is a key part of this BYU offense, not only for her skill in the scrum and the line-out, but the strong carry she's had so far. We've seen excellent forward carries as well by number 7, Boots Aspinall, Roxy Penalosa in the number 8 jersey, and Annalise Curtis in the number 5. We saw a key line break by Bailey Ballard in the first half, and it has been the speed and the execution with the back line that has led to more points on the board. The speed of Comer, Morissette, Meyer, and Moore, the boot of Kat Stowers. Stanford has put up quite the effort. We've seen some fantastic flurries of defensive pressure by the Cardinal. They just have not been able to get into Cougar territory during the course of open play. Penalties put them into position with the 5 points that they got on the board, courtesy of number 12, Madison Quigg. Leilani Mendoza, the ball in and quickly out. Laura Bosick sees the opportunity, floats one downfield and over the head. It is getting a Cardinal bounce. 5 meters from the goal line. BYU takes it in to the in goal themselves. So this is going to be Stanford ball. Had the ball gone in off of the boot from Bosick, we would have a very different situation. So again, looking at some of these unforced errors or pressure-minded decision-making going on, this is BYU giving Stanford a 5-meter scrum. Although it does look like Hershey has ball in hand, so I may stand corrected with the referee on the field. So a bit confused by the execution on the field. BYU brought it in themselves. They've got the 5-meter scrum. Hershey with the ball in. Stowers at the first receiver. A high sky ball. Sydney Shue fields it well. The former tennis champion doing it on the rugby field as well. Dances her way across the 22. The Cardinal, they've got opportunities out to the right. Ellie McKay taken down. And the Cougars with the strip. Michaela Comer. Comer's going to have some space to run. She is dragged down. The tackle from behind by Mahie Wilhelm, assisted by Alicia Service. Taco Morissette on the far sideline, can't quite connect with Natalie Maroney. And we'll correct that. That is Gabby Meyer, 14 on the far side. Maroney, number 11, the near side wing at the moment. The knock on, scrum to the Cardinal. So scrum to the Cardinal. We are 4 minutes into the first half of play, or second half of play. BYU should be back at full strength. Mendoza with the put in. Finds Bosick. Bosick. Kicks again. Targeting Meyer. This time Meyer able to counter, brings the ball out to the 22. Alicia Service with the turnover. Ellie McKay on the carry. An excellent tackle by Stowers. Penalty to the Cardinal. Leilani Mendoza. She wanted that ball to go quickly, but waiting for her team in support. Communication is on. Shue to Service to Bosick. Mendoza is there as Quigg and Mesa clear up the ruck. The Cardinal attack just outside of the 22. Sydney Shu. Cleaned up by Mahie Wilhelm. Stanford with numbers to the right, but BYU putting up a potent counter attack, able to draw the penalty themselves. And we do see number 1, Cami Hartrick, back on the field. So back at 15 on 15. 5.5 minutes have elapsed in this second half. Kat Stowers puts the ball down. And we see Hershey stepping forward, setting up a penalty play. Elisa Erickson with the carry. The ball coughed up forward, but recovered by BYU. Cougars on the far sideline. Laura Bosick tries to finish a tackle, eventually trips up the Cougars. The ball is thrown forward. No advantage gained by the Cardinal. A scrum to Stanford just inside of that 10-meter hash. So getting set on the scrum, it does appear that both teams are playing the same 15 that they ended the first half with. 22-5. And so far it has been Stanford in the BYU half of the field. Quite a change from the first half of play. The scrum engaged. The ball in. BYU putting up quite the drive. Mendoza gets the ball out, but a whistle is blown. I think we're going to have the scrum reset. Flanker Sid Davis seems to have thought the play was over as well. So we'll reset the scrum. The ball out the tunnel. If you're Stanford, you have to start thinking about where you are hooking the ball and getting a quick ball out, as BYU has now shown 2 solid drives in a row. Cami Hartrick coming back in the game has changed the dynamic of this BYU scrum. So given that power by the Cougars, looking at adjustments in terms of which channel the hooker is aiming to get the ball through. So looking again at this BYU drive, you can just see the way that they extend the legs to get the power. This time Stanford able to get the ball out. The high ball is up. Taco Morissette laid down one stiff arm, wasn't able to get another. She does get the pass off though. Natalie Maroney is there. Madison Quigg ties her up in the tackle. Stanford concedes the ruck. BYU forming their pods. Comer sets up at the first receiver, finds Penalosa to Curtis. And BYU options both to the right and to the left. They go to the strong side of the field. Elisa Erickson. Stowers nudges the ball downfield. Journey Washington High siding the ball. And she is quickly tackled by her opposition wing. The penalty awarded to Stanford. The quick tap taken by Mendoza. Mendoza on the go. Finds Mahie Wilhelm. Wilhelm takes the contact. Bosick steps into the scrum half position on the ruck. Ellie McKay tries to get the offload to Sid Davis. Knocked on. Scrum to BYU. Journey Washington High, one of the fastest players on this Cardinal roster. Like that she took a moment to actually sight the ball and see it into her hands in order to get the counter, drew the penalty. We do have a substitute on for the Cardinal. Vanessa Onoha coming off the field. And Lila Wongawet in the number 17 jersey makes her appearance. The first substitute for the Cardinal. BYU scrum. Hershey. And we see Mendoza setting back in the scrum half position, looking to see what happens. What has happened is a free kick to the Cougars. The tap taken. Hershey looks for options. Uluave finds Stauer. She's got Comer to the outside. Skips her to Morissette. Morissette finds Maroney. Mesa in service on the double tackle. Hershey to Stowers at the first receiver. Penalosa powers her way to the 22, taken down by Wilhelm. Erickson thrown forward. Scrum to Stanford. Quick service off of that free kick to BYU. They're able to buy themselves 30 meters worth of space, but turn it over with the forward pass. A scrum to the Cardinal.
How's it going, Coach? I'm not Coach. You can give me another nickname and I'll accept that. Coach is not.
So Stanford flat with their backs, even across the field. We see BYU with their three interior backs, 10, 12, 13, straight behind the scrum. Back three is back, guarding against the kick. We've seen Bosick deploy the kick quite frequently. And now a free kick to Stanford. Mendoza attempting to go quickly through the mark. BYU gives 10 meters and then some. The tap taken. Pass to Helen Moore. Ellie McKay takes the ball into contact. BYU now establishing their line. Bosick with a chip kick through. There is going to be offside. And now another Stanford penalty. Mendoza giving the ball to McKay. So a kick to touch forthcoming. So McKay nudges it downfield, stays on field. An opportunity for a counter from BYU, making up nearly all the ground. Taco Morissette on the counter, establishing a platform for BYU. The distribution from Hershey. BYU utilizing the forwards. They've got another wave of forward attack pods. Uluave. Recovered by Stowers. Aspinall on the outside, cutting back in is Maroney. Stanford conceding the ruck. Cami Hartrick with the carry. Dragging Laura Bosick for a few extra meters. Herschel. To Annalise Curtis. Curtis barreling. Another 7 meters gained for the BYU offense. Kat Stowers skips Comer. Outside to Uluave. Bailey Ballard getting on the action. Intercepted by Sid Davis. No offsides line in the course of open play if we don't have a ruck set. Bosick bobbles the ball. Punishing coverage from BYU. Drives Stanford back. Stanford at the goal line. They must retain possession. They do draw the penalty. So McKay lining the kick to touch, bearing in mind that that BYU counter and that space regained was from a kick not finding its way to the sideline. And here we go again. This time Stanford able to make the tackle at the 22. BYU. Cougars on the prowl. You see the pass behind to Stowers, finds Aspinall. She's got Maroney on the outside. Alicia Boulier. And look at the power of Mejia Wilhelm trying to get the counter ruck. BYU proves too strong. Cami Hartrick She's got Penalosa in support. Hershey to Alyssa Erickson, threading her way through. Stopped short of the goal line after the offload. Penalty to Stanford. So it's a few opportunities where the Cougars have not been able to capitalize. Turning over possession in the forms of penalties inside of the 22. Stanford just needs to figure out the exit and find touch. Sydney Shu gets it there. A line out to the Cardinal inside of the 22. BYU will be looking to disrupt, and we've seen the speed and strength in their defensive launches. Kayla Werner approaching the touchline for the throw. 5 in the lineout. See BYU prepping to lift a front pod in defense. And they do indeed disrupt. It's BYU with the steal. Ashlyn Westerhora. Cami Hartrick gets the Cougars back to where they were before prior to the penalty. Uluave skips it out to Stower. She's got 2 on the outside. It's going to be too much for Journey Washington High. The Cougars add another try. 23 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in the game. 27-5, pending the conversion attempt. So conceding a few penalties, and BYU able to turn the ball back over, stealing the line out and attacking wide out into space. The balance of the powering run by Hartrick that opened up space for the Cougars. They had numbers far to the outside, able to distribute there. Shore Hands does it this time. Comer on the approach. And it falls short, so the score remains 27-5. 22 minutes and 30 seconds remain in the contest. See another substitute on for the Cardinal in the form of Sephora Rupert, wearing the number 20 jersey. Played her undergrad career at Harvard University, one of the NIRA Division I programs. They made it to the NIRA D1 National Championship game, fell 15-10 to Dartmouth this past fall season, narrowing the gap from the Big Green's previous victories. We also see the likes of Quinnipiac, Brown, West Point competing at the D1 level. The D2 National Championship contested between Queens and Davenport, an overtime match. And we'll see a few of those teams in the College Sevens Championships later this spring in Texas. The kick fielded by the Cougars, knocked on, scrum to Stanford. About 30 meters to go for the try. We see Madison Quigg into the second row wearing the number 12 jersey. So the adjustment that brought Sephora onto the field and one of the centers. Zoe Colorado Mansfeld, the number 4 jersey, had made her way to the sideline. Stanford with their backs out to the left. Sydney Shu outside of the 2 centers. We see the center stacked. Another free kick. There's been heaps of free kicks awarded this weekend at the scrum, something for teams to be mindful of as they make their training plans for next fall. Leilani Mendoza with the ball in hand. BYU flat across in defense. Just two waves with Hershey and Morissette sitting back in the event of a line break. BYU does make those line breaks difficult. And BYU comes away with the strip. Stowers skies a ball up into the air. We see the pursuit. Service. Handy with the ball. Mendoza to Bosick. Misses the connection with Villiers. And this is going to be our final water break. 19 minutes, 54 seconds remain on the clock. BYU leading Stanford 27-5 in this women's D1 CRAA West Final. BYU looking to make their third straight appearance in the national championship game. The Cardinal looking to return for the first time since their final four appearances back in 2017 and 2018. We will be back with the final quarter in 2 minutes. Back in action here at Stanford University for the final 20 minutes of this women's D1 CRAA Spring Western Regional Final. It's going to be a line out to BYU right in front of our commentary booth. Alyssa Erickson, ball in hand. We see number 23, Sierra Garza, lining up as the first lifter, an impact player in yesterday's semifinal win. BYU is up and over. Cami Hartrick with some hops, but the ball not thrown straight, so we are going to have the option for a Stanford scrum or a line out. Stanford opting for the scrum. So Stanford scrum at the 15. Again, looking at their shape, Laura Bosick pointing across at her opposite. Gabby Mesa and Sephora Rupert stacked. And Sydney Shu as well. Journey Washington High in fairly tight for the far side wing. Distribution from Mendoza, a solid scrum. BYU so quick to break. We see Stowers in pursuit. And around the outside, Journey Washington High. She's going to get going. High on her potential. Sephora Rupert. Stanford on the far sideline. Opportunities to come back the other way. Laura Bosick evades the shooting Cougar defense. Wong Gowit Laura Bosick with a kick pass, looking towards the outside. That's Natalie Maroney on the take. Roxy Penaloza trying to avoid the obstruction call. Well covered by Stanford in the counter. BYU maintaining possession. Good hands out of Maroney. Cougars with the carry. Uluavi out to Comer, out to Stowers, and out to Boots Aspinall. Another flanker that finds her way into the back line fairly often. Journey Washington High recovers to make the tackle. Stanford looking to counter. Needing to slow the pace of this Cougar counter attack. Cami Hartrick wins the collision and then some. Hartrick inside of the 22. Erickson. BYU with their backs out to the right. Opportunities on the left. Stowers to Penaloza. Maroney is there. It's going to be a race with Alicia. And Alicia tackles to touch by the tiptoes. Line out to Stanford. 17 minutes, 13 seconds left to play. So Stanford once again needing to find an exit from inside of their own 22. BYU is going to be looking to add to their try-tally 27-5, the closest game that they've had all season long, with the exception of their alumni matchups. We told the tale of the volume of games being played, the advantage that BYU had last year as compared to their opponents, how they were disadvantaged with forfeits this year. It is also worth noting that BYU had a last-minute roster change-up. Kate Rugg was supposed to be in the 23 today, but had to be withdrawn due to illness. We saw Esther Erickson and Sophie Gretz also travel with the team, but not rostered today. Stanford has 6 of their veteran players that were unavailable this weekend, either due to injury or safe concussion protocol. So they're missing the speed of the likes of Chloe Schrager, Ryan Ray. We see Annabelle Davis, normally a utility player in the forwards. Maddie Daly, Nadia Hermat, a strong second row, and Lila McCormick. We have a minute onto the field. We'll be back as soon as play resumes. We'll resume play. A couple of lineup changes for the Cougars. We see a new flanker on this near side. I believe that's McKenna Allred, if that's the number 20 jersey. So resuming play with a scrum to BYU. Out the back, Hershey. The pressure from Mendoza. Mendoza gets a boot on. The pressure is there. The footsteps win the battle of possession. Alicia Service, again, serving up another turnover. Mihie Wilhelm and Sid Davis there for the ruck. Wong Goet. Mendoza finds Bosick. Out to Sydney Shue. And now here's Gabby Mesa nearly with a break. Good sliding coverage from BYU, preventing a dynamic player from getting at pace. But speaking of pace, holy cow, this far sideline. BYU brought down by Shu. These two teams trading attacks by their speedsters, now settling it down through the forwards. Sierra Garza on the carry. BYU numbers to this left side. Stanford looking to prevent Cami Hartrick. Battling a couple meters forward. And there's a threat to this near side. We see Boots Aspinall insert herself into play all day. Comer with the carry. Boots on the outside. Maroney outside her. Kat Stowers with the angle on the attack. Boots Aspinall dives over the line. We're going to have a minute confirmation with our assistant referee. The try is awarded. So the barest angle changes. Getting it done for BYU. Back and forth action. Another 5 points for the Cougars. 32-5. The current score. A conversion attempt to come. Comer so skilled off the tee yesterday. Today, trickier tries being scored on the outside. So Comer lining up her attempt. And it appears that number 19, Anna Lind, has come onto the game for BYU. May have a couple other changes. This does look to be replacement scrum half Joe Grunvig and the number 17. So Hershey getting a break. .13 left to go. Maybe another Cardinal kickoff. Ellie McKay with the ball in hand. We see Hannah Riccoli take the field for the Cardinal in the number 16 jersey. Another one of the 17 first or second year players on the 23 today. The kick down field by McKay, mishandled by the Cougars. Able to recover and get a bit of go forward. Maintaining possession inside of their 22. Garza with the carry. Supported. It looks like Hartrick there to secure the ruck. Bosick and Emma Cruz team up on the double tackle. Stowers nudges it towards the middle of the field. Love that she can place the ball from any part of her foot. Sydney Shu on the counter, taken down by Taco Morissette and Natalie Maroney. Emma Cruz taking on the scrum half position. Attempts the leading pass to Kayla Berner. BYU's defense reads it, but Stanford able to recover. Here's Journey Washington High. There's the speed on display. Journey weaves her way in and out, taken down by Stowers, but giving Stanford an opportunity to catch BYU in transition. The ball still in play, going through the Cardinal forwards. Hard whistle is blown. A penalty to the Cardinal. So Emma Cruz taking over at scrum half for Leilani Mendoza. Wongowet. The whistle blown again. This one more emphatic in nature. We have a stoppage in time. There is a potential for another yellow card. If this is to Cami Hartrick again, 2 yellows would be a red. This would have an impact as well for the national championship game.
It's a red.
So the yellow card is shown. 10 minutes and 47 seconds left. The second yellow card shown to Hartrick. So Stanford once again with a 1-player advantage, 15 against 14. The second yellow shown to Hartrick should equal a red, so this should give Stanford the advantage for the remainder of the contest. 10 minutes and 39 seconds remain on the clock. Again, implications when it comes to the national championship game. We see the pick by Wilhelm. Wilhelm keeping her feet, going forward, able to evade the tackle attempt by Aspinall. Laura Bosick to Sydney Shu. Sydney Shu has Alicia Villiers on the outside. Emma Cruz is there, but Stanford not releasing. Penalty to BYU. Kat Stowers with the ball in hand. So Stowers to touch, gains about 10 meters downfield, line out to BYU. 9 minutes 54 seconds remain in the match. The mark set just outside of the 22. So BYU is going to need to sort out their line out setup and their scrums for the remainder of the game. We saw the adjustments that they made before, so it's not uncertain terrain. Maddie Williams anchoring the front of the lineout. We see the movement towards the front and going towards the back. Sid Davis on the intercept on the overthrow. Sid Davis in motion. Sid Davis so fluid on the run. She could have reached forward, the rookie player. Instead, places it back towards her team. Ellie McKay. The Cardinal fighting in traffic. Advantage being shown to Stanford. Laura Bosick finds Kayla Berner. Berner quickly covered by Cormer. This is going to bring it back to the penalty called. 8 minutes and 42 seconds remain. Emma Cruz with the ball in hand. She has Alicia Service right behind. A whole forward pack to the left. Ellie McKay gets the ball. McKay brought down. Stanford with numbers to the left. We know BYU is so quick to shift and cover in defense, but the numbers are still there for the Cardinal. Now look at this launch from the BYU defense. Sephora Rupert out to Journey Washington High. Advantage again being shown to the Cardinal. Plenty of penalties inside of the 22. Ball is up. Bosick. No advantage gained, so another penalty for the high contact. Emma Cruz again. Setting the ball on the ground for the tap. And here we go. Number 16, Hannah Riccoli. Cruz to Bosick. She had Shu on the outside. Bosick cuts back inside. She sees a gap that she likes. Can she get to ground and present the ball to the Cardinals? She can. Cruz to the outside. Whistle is blown. And the try is awarded. Gabby Mesa goes over the line, number 13 for the Cardinal. So back and forth across the try line. Stanford eventually able to plunge across, taking advantage of the penalties and the one-player advantage on the field. 32-10 the score. 7 minutes remain. We have a minute on the field, so we'll wait for the evaluation and then the conversion kick to come. Play has resumed. 6 minutes and 40 seconds left to play. The conversion kick falls short. 32-10 the score. Stanford has brought in Emma Trost. So this again, we'll see a shift in the forwards line up. Trost wearing the number 18. We see Kat Stowers for BYU, ball in hand. Options to the left and to the right. Communicating to her team which direction she's going to go. A capable kicker going either way. And BYU with so many strengths on the field. Looks like it's going to the right. And so it does. Ball up in the air. Kayla Werner taking it on the fly. Werner keeping her feet. Supported in the ruck. Emma Cruz finds Mejia Wilhelm. Wilhelm taking the contact. BYU conceding the ruck, setting their line, looking for the launch. Garza able to prevent any further go forward by Ellie McKay. Cruz sees some space. Sephora Rupert supported by Alicia Service. Cruz again looking for options. A little bit of a scramble. Finds Sydney Shu. Comer gets her down. Redistributing. Hannah Riccoli on the ball. BYU quick to get back to their feet. Cruz to Sephora. Madison Quigg taken down by Boots Aspinall. Pile driver of a tackle from the number 7 from BYU. Whistle blown. Penalty to Stanford. 4 minutes, 53 seconds remaining in the match. Madison Quigg back on her feet. Cruz with the tap. Riccoli. Ball goes backwards, but BYU is launching in defense. The knock on by BYU. Scrum to Stanford. Is looking to settle in for these final 4.5 minutes to play. Cruz with the ball in hand. Stanford setting the scrum. Sydney Shu there at the first receiver position. Has replaced Laura Bosick at fly half. Mejia Wilhelm looks for the 8 pick. And she is so quickly covered. Boots Aspinall. Mejia able to get the offload to Shu. Sephora Rupert calling for the ball. A little bit high on the delivery. But Madison Quigg there to clean it up. Gabby Mesa there in the ruck. Ellie McKay as well. BYU driving forward on defense. Cardinal maintaining possession. And again, quickly taken down. The Cougars putting on a clinic when it comes to low driving tackles. But a penalty whistle is blown. Another conversation to be had. So Stanford is ushered back. Our referee having a word with Kat Stowers. And there's another Cougar in on this conference, just cannot see the number. We have a trainer coming out onto the field. And another yellow card showed to BYU. This may be Maddie Williams in the 21 jersey. We'll see if she makes her way to the sideline. We'll correct that to number 23, Sierra Garza. So now this is going to be Stanford with a 15-on-13 advantage. When it comes to players on the field, they're going to certainly have a numbers advantage in the scrum. BYU is going to need to realign to ensure that they have at least a capable front row and tight 5. We'll see if they do drop both of their flankers or what alignment they come up with. We do see Penalosa in the number 8 jersey, number 21, Maddie Williams. Some confusion in terms of who is going to align there, as well as bringing a player back onto the field after evaluation by the trainer. Another Cougar with the trainer on the sideline. So Comer was getting a quick look at. Great to see her back in action. Such a dynamic center. So it looks at Penaloza at prop. Garza seems to be aligning at hooker. 2 second rows and playing a strong side flanker. So BYU dropping their weak side flanker in the number 8 on the defensive scrum, maintaining their back line. So 5 across. Taco Morissette setting back deep at the 10-meter hash mark. Joe Grunvig, the defensive scrum half for the Cougars. Emma Cruz with the ball for the Cardinal. Sydney Shu lined up straight behind the scrum in the first receiver position. The rest of Stanford flat across the back. The ball is in the scrum. Not much of a drive this time. Shu kicks towards this near side line. It's taking a little bit of a Stanford bounce and then sits up nicely for Taco Morissette. Morissette tripped up by number 23, Brianna Gamble, preventing the counter. Grunvig to Anna Lind. Lind to Garza. Penaloza gets in on the ruck. Mejia Wilhelm tries to scramble out. Penalty advantage being shown to BYU. Comer, Aspinall. There's Aspinall on the go. So quick with that first step. Look at her carve her way upfield. Taken down. Alicia Service, I think, on the tackle. Yes, number 6 rolls away. Penalty shown to BYU. So BYU with a chance inside of the 22. We are inside of the final minute of play here in this women's CRAA Division 1 final. BYU on the attack, looking to add to their score line. Stanford making the tackle, the potential to counter. Stanford coming away with the ball. Journey Washington High getting in on the action. Supported by Madison Quigg and Ellie McKay. Stanford looking towards the outside. The pass bounces off. BYU recovers. BYU. It's got 33 seconds left to go in the game. Penaloza. And there is daylight for BYU. Another Cougars try going over the line. 37-10, 20 seconds left to go in the game. And there's Anna Lind in the number 19 jersey looks to be the try scorer for BYU. Impressive to come away with another 5 points while down 2 women on the field. So figuring out who the conversion kicker is going to be. And it looks like it's going to be Maroney getting a chance off the tee. Lining up a 15-meter attempt. Maroney with a forward tilt. Looks to be a lefty. Indeed, she is. The conversion is missed, and that is the game. Brigham Young University winning 37-10, advancing to their 3rd straight national championship game, the narrowest margin of victory that they've had in competition this 2022-2023 season. The Stanford Cardinal putting up quite the effort with so many young players on the field, but just cannot match the power and the speed from BYU. Fantastic games coming out of both teams' number 7s. We saw the physicality. Boots Aspinall, we saw her speed. Sid Davis, ball in hand, some fluid motion. We saw the speed out of Stanford in form of Journey Washington High and the sure hands of Alicia Service. When we look across the entirety of this BYU roster, Kat Stowers and her abilities playing outside of Uluave, and then Taco Morissette in the number 15 position too. So much potential for the growth of women's rugby. A fantastic effort. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see BYU in action May 6th in Houston at SaberCats Stadium. We'll stay tuned for their opponent coming out of the Eastern Regional, those games being played today and tomorrow in North Carolina. Follow Jackie Finland and the Rugby Breakdown for all the score updates and game recaps. She does so much work in following the women's game. And speaking of the women's game, so much credit to be shared with Stanford Director of Rugby Josh Sutcliffe setting up this stream, setting up the facilities, the tents, the trainers, and everything to be an ambassador for the game and to continue the growth. These are two programs that have benefited so much from rich histories. BYU around since 1999 with such a big winning record, over 200 victories in total, supported from the likes of longtime coach Tom Walker, and now the reins being held by Jared Whippy. When we think of Stanford University since 1977, putting up so many All-Americans, USA Eagles, PR7s players, and more. What an effort. What a game. We will tune in from Houston in 2 weeks.